Quack, quack. Duck lips. Quack, quack.
Life is like a brain drain. Here with Muslim orthodox. Facts come, logic's gone, and truth gets all blurred. Always twisting stories with those big old Botox lips. Duck lips, whoa! Every day he's out there faking duck lips, whoa! Can't see past his duck lips and his silly tricks. Dumb talk lurks inside you when the facts try to find you. What to do, just pucker up those duck lips. Whoa! Every day he's out there faking duck lips. Whoa! Can't stop with those huge big duck lips. Duck lips. Whoa! Nothing but lies come out of those big old duck lips. Whoa!
Libyano duckling.
Libyano. Libyano McDuck. Libyano McDucklets. Classic duck lips. Classic duck lips. Hey, when I play some sort of intro like that, it ruins the TikTok time to rock, man.
What are you talking about? You play the song, then you go TikTok time to rock. Boom. You're right in there.
Yeah, but I figure like it's got to be like tic tac time to quack or something like that if I play the Libyano duck lips song, man.
Well, you could have, but you ruined it. So
Yeah. I messed up, man. All right, I'm gonna shut down this stream and we're gonna start over, guys, so I can get it right this time. Hey, how's everyone doing, man? How you guys doing?
I'm doing good. Doing good.
Hey, look at this. So we got this Osama Almotawa. Look at this. This is funny. Hang on. So we got that. And where's the other one? Where's the other one he posted? Oh, come on. Where'd it go, man? I saw another one by Osama there. Come on, Osama. Show your face. Trying to post that other comment by you I saw right before we started. All right, I'll look for another 7 seconds and see if I see it. Can I find it? Oh, wait, hang on. No, here's another one. Go worship a god praying to himself. Why am I going to worship Allah, man? Or is Allah praying to someone else when it says he prays? He prays on the prophet. Oh, here it was. Scared to debate Libyano. I was scheduled to debate Libyano. Me and AP were going to debate Libyano and D's Response, but then they blacklisted us and said they won't debate blasphemers like me. So who would be scared in that situation? Me or Libyano? If we agreed to debate and then he backed out, who would be scared in that situation? You, obviously. You made him back out of the debate because you're so scared. And then IP calls in. Wait, who do you talk? You talked to D's Responds, right? They pulled up
Yeah,
D's
I called
Responds?
into Muhammad Ajab and he pulled up, D's Responds on me, yeah.
And then you said you would debate both of them in turn, and didn't they kick you or something?
Yeah, I said I'll debate Dean Responds, but I need a verbal confirmation from Hijab. He'll have a conversation with me after. And he couldn't even come back on the screen to just do that. So I just sat there and I'm like, listen, I'm just going to point out how embarrassing this is, how pathetic and cowardly it is. Yeah. And then eventually they just kicked me. So yeah, they were playing games. And then today, apparently Hijab had a crash out meltdown, trying to make excuses, saying you should have been honored to talk to Dean Responds. Like, wow, bro, you're really trying to cope over this, aren't you?
And Anthony, haven't asked you this at all, but if Libyano challenged you to debate Trinity versus Tawheed, would you accept or would you run?
I would absolutely accept.
Huh. Now this is weird. You've got three people all totally happy to debate anyone who pops up, and we're all running. This is just amazing, guys.
He did apparently just post something on his page, a message to David Wood. So maybe he's challenging you to a debate. I don't know.
Well, he's the one who
I'm
backed.
here.
He's the one who backed out and said, "I'm boycotted. I'm boycotted." You gotta love these guys, man. It's a pretty sad world, man. The sad, lonely world of Dawa. All right, guys. So what we're here to do is, since Orthoducklips definitely isn't going to debate us on whether Islam is true or something like that. These guys aren't willing to debate whether Islam is true. And so what they do is they'll say it if they're talking to each other, or they're talking to someone who doesn't know anything about Islam at all. Suddenly they'll have all of this evidence. But if they're talking to someone who knows the Dawa script, they don't want to debate it. And so you kind of have to take clips. You have to take clips from where they actually lay out their argument or lay out their case, and then you just have to play it and respond to it, because it's the closest thing you'll get to an actual debate. So, guys, in a recent video, this is the video where Orthoducklips called Avery's wife a whore. So he called Christina a whore, called Than gay, said things about me, said things about Sam Shamoon, said things about all kinds of people. They were completely, they're just extremely deceptive with all of it, except for the stuff about Sam. And they're kind of right on the money there. But anyway, weird situation. So anyway, after they said all that stuff, and we went through all of that. We went through all of that in a previous live stream. When was that? Sunday night? We went through all that Sunday night, but we went through all the stuff they said about us and exposed what liars we were dealing with, and then exposed what absolute degenerates they are, right? I mean, just really, really screwed up, messed up stuff. The Dawa lifestyle. We know it, guys, because Malik called them all out on this. Malik called them all out. He exposed them for this. The Dawa lifestyle is you take up the Dawa donations. You can do whatever you want with that. You can buy drugs with it, whatever you want. That's what the Warner does. But you go on these trips to like Bosnia or South America or something like this. You get video clips of yourself during the day handing out Qurans, and you post those clips for your fans. So they go, yeah, we support the Dawa. And then after that, you're hitting the club. You're picking up girls. Even they don't even care if it's like trans women up in the club. They don't seem to care. Anyway. In Malik's words, they're running trains, smashing hoes and stuff like this. They're doing this, doing three-ways on girls and stuff like this. You got the Warner, a.k.a. the Watcher, sitting in the chair watching other guys run trains on girls and stuff like this. And then you have the reputation of this as this champion of Dawa and so on. And so that's the Dawa lifestyle. And they want to accuse us of being degenerates. But anyway, after that, then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, Hijab says, but if you had to lay out a case against Christianity and for Islam, what would it be? And so we can only assume he's giving like his best case. You're not going to give like your fifth best case. So we're going to check that out. And I mean, think about that, guys. Think about that. Because Libyano earlier on, he posted on X a picture of basically the fact that the picture of like the live stream title or something like this, and said, "Oh look, I'm causing doubts for Christianity. That's why they're rushing to attack me." He didn't include the link. Whereas we're actually going to watch his entire case. We're going to watch everything he said. Mm-hmm. All the people watching will get Libyano's best case for Islam and against Christianity. We're not scared of people hearing it. Whereas he didn't even share the link, man. He didn't even share the link. What the heck? Anyway.
And since I debated him, I've heard zero responses from Christians struggling about that debate. I've heard nothing but praise that the arguments I presented basically crushed him intellectually. He could not actually answer me on Daniel 2 or the history of the Roman Empire. It's only his Dawa bros that are, of course, cheering him on. I have received no negative feedback from Christians. I've just been receiving positive praise that I cooked him. He did not present any evidence for Muhammad in the Bible. And then someone even on TikTok put the debate in like several AI models, and all the AI models said I won. So I don't know what he's talking about. And that's where he presented his best arguments. Okay. He had no clue about the history of the Roman Empire till I had to explain him there the basic facts. That was the first time him and most Dawa guys had heard a lot of this stuff I brought up because they didn't actually know the research. They don't actually know the history. I find that kind of weird because I remember it was like over a year ago. I'm hanging out with Avery, and he's like, "So how would you respond to Muslims?" And I'm like, "Well, what are they doing?" No, well, they're using Daniel 2, and they're saying Islam fulfills that, and they're saying that Islam crushed the Roman Empire. And I'm like, "The Ottomans?" And he's like, "Yeah." And I'm like, that doesn't make sense. The Ottomans didn't claim to end the Roman Empire. They claimed to be the Roman Empire. Now, I don't think they were. And I made that very clear in the debate, which they keep lying about because Libyano is a pathological liar. We know you're watching and you are a pathological liar. So,
oh, yes, he's in the chat.
Oh, yeah, of course
he's in the chat chat demanding I go watch his stuff. No, I'll watch it, but I'm not watching it during a live stream. We're going to watch your case. We're going to watch your case for Islam and against Christianity. And no, we're not mid this going and checking you out on X and so on. What the heck is wrong with you?
So and I remember telling Avery this. I'm like, that's really weird because Muslims at the time didn't think they ended the Roman Empire. And I remember learning that from watching the History Channel as a kid, like the dispute between the Holy Roman Empire and the Ottomans and all this stuff. I remember just watching that. And I was like, that's really weird. I mean, so then I looked into it more and just found a whole ton of extra support that, you can't claim the Roman Empire ended in 1453. If you talk to historians, they're going to tell you that's an arbitrary date. And we'll get more into that as we play the video, but that's just sort of the background of how I came to this.
All right, so guys, we're gonna check out his case for Islam and against Christianity, and everyone can hear it. Maybe some people are their minds will be so blown away by the powerful da'wah that they'll embrace Islam. Let's take these first few super chats, and then we'll jump into the video. Zutwing Duck intro next. Zutwing Duck. When you're in trouble, you call Zut W's. Call ZW. Yeah, just be ZW.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's funny? So there was a show called Darkwing Duck. I had never seen it. And one day I was hanging out with John McCrae, and he started singing. He started singing it like under his breath as he was walking, and he goes, David Wood, when you're in trouble, you call DW. And I was like, whoa, that was brilliant, man. You just came up with that off the top of your head, man. He's like, no, it's Darkwing Duck, man. It's like, oh. What did I just tune into? Awesome, powerful stuff. Orthoducklips Tales. Ducklips did a vid for you. He needs to pay you $5,000 and debate Lil Tin John to talk to you. Oh, and pay me $1,000. Well, sadly, we were supposed to debate, and then he backed out and ran. You know what's crazy? I don't actually think he ran because he's scared. I think he ran because Malik ordered him to, and Malik has so much dirt on him that he told him he's going to expose him for, like beating his wife and all this stuff. Like he said, I'll tell you, he exposed the Warner and Sneeko and Adam Saleh and all these guys for doing all this stuff, right? Running trains, smashing hoes, having three-ways, all this stuff. And then he said, and even with trans women in the club and stuff. And then he said that Libyano got inducted into the lifestyle. And someone said, what did he do? And he goes, what did he not do? What did he not do? So it's pretty clear. He had some dirt on Libyano. And then all of a sudden, Libyano starts taking orders from Malik. Yes, Malik, what do you want me to do? Because it was Malik who said, boycott David Wood. For what? Because of the way he treats the Quran. I've been. You guys know what I do with the Quran for years. That didn't stop anyone from setting up a debate with me. All of a sudden, Malik said, "You will not debate him, and I have all this dirt on you." And Libyano like, "Okay, anything you say, master. I'll do what you call the shots." So Malik calls the shots because he's got dirt on everyone. Let's see. Allah only made it appear like Libyano wanted to debate you, but he did not actually. Yep, they can always say that. We have Eli. Hey, Eli. Love you guys. Everyone loves Eli, man. Everyone loves Eli.
Hey, Eli.
IP, you wanted to talk to Hijab. Are you crazy? What has your daddy done? What has your daddy done, hillbilly redneck? You hillbilly redneck. Classic. Hey, it's Allah, only amazing God with the super chat. Libyano just released a video for D Wood. Don't run. Don't run from what? I don't know what it says yet. I don't know what it says. I'll check it out later.
Why
But
does he
don't-
do that like right now? But he knows you were live before this.
Yeah, it's
You're
like he's
going
trying to
live right
derail.
again.
He's like he's trying to derail and distract us at the beginning, so we don't actually get to his case. We start arguing about something else. I'll check it out later. But no, dude, I'm boycotted. Why you responding to me? Why you responding to me? I'm boycotted, man. I'm boycotted.
You should be like, listen. You should be like, listen. If you want to have more conversations, you need to agree to the debate. You already said you would do with you and AP, and then Dean responds as well. So why if he wants to do some other type of conversation or debate, he should already do the one he already agreed to first. That seems reasonable.
No, I don't really care about that. Now it's changed because now that I saw him with John, what's that guy's name? What's his channel's name?
John Geary,
The
by
John-
Blood 316.
Yeah. So John wanted to debate him, and he said, "You must give me $2,000." So now it's going to be $2,000. You owe me $2,000. $2,000.
I mean, that's his rule. I mean, might as well use his own rules, I guess.
Yep. I want David Wood to cook Islam in a debate about historical accuracy of the Quran via fantasy Alexander the Great versus reality. No one's going to debate that. I'm going to post a video about it, but no one's going to debate that. No Muslim's going to debate that. Whether Alexander the Great is a dual carnane. They'll talk to each other on that, but they're not going to debate it because they get crushed. Mike, why did you run from the miracle stream?
That's earlier today. I had so much catching up to do because I had. Wait, that is that picture just threw me off. Creepy as hell. Okay. I had so much catching up to do. Work. I have still taxes stuff to get done. You know, tax season for nonprofits is May 15th, so I was working on that today. So just a whole bunch of stuff because I did a bunch of travel 2 weeks ago, and I'm still playing catch up. So that's why.
Shake It Off says, I love the annoyed face IP pulls when he sees me. Yep. We all know that. An annoyed face. Where is the iron wall covered in copper that Alexander the Great built according to the Quran? Can you still hear Gog and Magog digging through it? Do Muslims go to it like Jews with the West Wall? That's a big question. I mean, they should be able to show us on Google Earth. It's not just a big wall that was visited by and built by Alexander the Great. So we know where Alexander the Great went. It shouldn't be too hard to find. But somehow there's this giant wall between two mountains holding back billions of people. And so it should be easy to find, right? How are you missing billions of people? What are they eating? Do you know how much farmland they would need? Houses, all that stuff? Or are they just like kind of huddled together there? Anyway, you can see why Yasser Qadi had to reinterpret it and then said, I think it's zombies. And then he got in trouble for it. It's funny. He gets in trouble for saying he thinks it's zombies, right? Because he wants to explain why you can't see them. Maybe they're underground or something like this. And he got in trouble for it. It's like, no, they're not zombies. They're real people. Billions of them trapped behind this wall. Oh, my goodness. This is dumb, man. Then what do we have? Yo, Mike, you still tipping on faux wrapped in faux vogues? I don't know what this is about.
For show.
Oh, okay. There you have it. Ottomans 200 years plus too late to sack Roman Empire.
Yeah, we'll get into that. Yeah, the best date to say the Roman Empire ended, if you're using any sort of objective metric, would be 1204.
Then we have what embarrassment is Orthodox hiding? We don't know, but we're about to watch it. He gave a case. Again, for Islam and against Christianity. We're going to check it out, and we're going to see if it's persuasive. Every time I feel bad, I watch the Muhammad Hijab. What has your daddy done clip? Absolutely hilarious. It is. I mean, you know, he's stoned out of his mind, but he is funny. That is funny. And we have that intro music is amazing. Yeah, it is. That was pretty impressive. IP sent me that, man. IP sent me that powerful intro. I don't normally do the countdown intros. I don't know what they're for. Why do you have a countdown where you can just click live?
You do a countdown because you're waiting for more people to come in, and so
but
typically
that'll happen
you go
while
live.
I'm talking. That'll happen while I'm talking.
Yeah, but then your viewers don't miss any of you talking.
I mean, they can rewind it if they miss something. I don't know. I don't know why people do stuff, man. All right. Anthony, how you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Hey, you're a little quiet.
While you
man.
guys were chit chatting, I'm
there
over
you go.
here. I was just reading something.
Uh-oh. Anthony's sitting there reading 2 books and stuff while we're doing all the important stuff. All right, you guys ready to start this?
I'm ready.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, so here we have Libyano was on with Muhammad Hijab and presented his case for Islam and against Christianity. I took us off to bring up the duck lips clip, so we might not be up here when I push this up. Let's see what happens.
If you had to summarize.
Ah, okay, hang on. Let's see. Oh, there we are. Okay, yeah, I had to take us down for the awesome duck lips woo intro. Let me back this up 1 second. All right, now here we go, guys. Here we go. Hijab asked the question, then there's a cut to commercial. I cut out the commercial and stuff like that. So we only have some I don't know. Maybe you're interested. You can check it out on Libyano's video, but it was for some Quran app or Arabic app or something like that. In case you want to check it out. But let's go ahead and see what they got to say.
If you had to summarize, okay, why Christianity is false and Islam is true in a very short space of time, how would you do that? What would you say to people that are sincere, that are watching this and say, you know what, these guys got a point. These are misfits. They don't represent Christianity. But what is it about Islam that's true and what is it about Christianity that's false?
Yeah, so I think the easiest thing and the quickest thing that I can mention is continuity. Christianity, of course, claims continuity with the previous prophets, with the Old Testament, theologically, that is, and so.
Anthony, you're looking slightly amused already.
I'm thinking
You just
I'm thinking,
debated
like,
this.
You just
debated like what's in line with the previous prophets, right? Like that's what you debated in North Carolina a while back, right?
Yeah.
Wasn't that on- wasn't that
that was
on-
my debate with Abdullah Qadra at North Carolina State University.
What was the exact topic? Wasn't it something about
Something like, do Muslims or Christians, are they, who's in continuity
who's more
with
in
the
line
prophet?
with
Something
the
like that.
previous prophets, right? And
Yeah.
all this dude did was come out and attack the Bible and say the Bible's been corrupted. You laid out an entire case showing everything from Old Testament prophets, how it doesn't agree with Islam and it does agree with us. And his only response, but it's all been corrupted. It's like, what are you basing this on then? That was wild. So, yeah. So
I mean, there are so many ways to show that they're not in line. I mean, like just Genesis 19:24 is more than enough to show that Christianity is in line with the understanding of the God of the Old Testament, and Islam is not, because you have multiple persons of Yahweh, yet only one Yahweh. In Genesis 19:24, Exodus 3, Isaiah 48:16, Joshua 5:6, Exodus 23. There's so many places where you see a multi-personal God in the Old Testament, which is in line with what Christianity and the New Testament teach. Guess what isn't? Islam.
yeah, so he's just spouting nonsense, and yeah, there's a reason he's doing this with on Hijab's channel. By the way, you men out there, your goal in life, if you're young, you're not married yet, your goal in life should be to find a woman who looks at you the way Libyano looks at Muhammad Hijab. If you do,
But
she'll be yours forever. What?
yeah, a girl that looks at you the way Libyano looks at hijab, but not a girl who looks like Libyano or hijab.
Yeah. Don't get a girl who looks like Libyano or Hijab, but get a girl who looks at you like Libyano looks at Muhammad Hijab. All right. Let's see what his powerful case is. So lack of continuity. Matter of fact, let me back it up just so we, not in the zoot sense, but let's back it up a little bit just so we don't miss anything.
The quickest thing that I can mention is continuity. Christianity, of course, claims continuity with the previous prophets, with the Old Testament, theologically, that is, and so on and so forth. But the last thing that Christianity has is continuity. As a matter of fact, we don't see this idea of a Trinitarian God up until not even the time of Jesus, but the 4th century. Now, here's a very simple historical argument. If the prophets taught the Trinity, then we would expect at least a historical group that dedicated themselves to the teachings of the prophets to confess and espouse a Trinitarian doctrine. But we don't find this. Therefore, this is good evidence to say that the prophets never taught a Trinity. If Jesus and the apostles...
You guys get that? So I just want to make sure. I'm steel manning the argument here. So you had prophets all along, and then you eventually, you get Jesus and the apostles and so on, but you had this long line of prophets, and then you have Christians teaching the Trinity, that God is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. And the question is, well, why weren't the previous prophets talking about this stuff, man? If this were the doctrine of God, you would expect to find this somewhere in the previous prophets, but you just don't. Therefore, the best explanation is that, Christian doctrine is just way off. All right, let's see. I know he doesn't spend too long because he starts talking about Islam, but let's see where he goes with this, and then we'll get responses from Anthony. Let's see here.
apostles taught a Trinity, then we would expect the early followers to
Back up a little.
good evidence to say that the prophets never taught a Trinity. If Jesus and the apostles taught a Trinity, then we would expect the early followers to espouse Trinitarianism. We don't find that the early followers and the early Jerusalem church taught Trinitarianism.
Yeah.
Therefore, Christianity is false because the Trinity is one of the pillars of mainstream Christianity. So this is a very simple argument. In contrast to that, Islam is...
All right, so now he's going into Islam. Anthony, you're looking seriously amused the entire time he was speaking right there. What's going on?
Well, so first of all, if this was 20 years ago or 30 years ago, even though it would still be wrong, it would not be as surprising. So one of the things that's happened in recent decades is there's been a recovery of insight into what Jews have been saying from time immemorial. So if you go back into the intertestamental period and the Second Temple period, you have a very evident belief in a plurality of divine persons within the Godhead. Now, interestingly, and I'll come back and fill in some of these things, but I just want to give people something of the landscape. Once you get to the post-Christian period, after the destruction of Jerusalem in AD 70, the Bar Kokhba revolt and so forth, you have Jews around the world trying to reorganize and codify Judaism in light of what has happened. Remember that Old Covenant Judaism in the Second Temple period and beyond that was centered on the Jewish temple, and the destruction of the temple radically affected things. I was just talking with a Jewish scholar, I think it was a day or two ago, and he was mentioning that when you go look at the 613 commandments that Jews will often mention, with respect to their ability to keep those today, given the fact that the temple's been destroyed, he says you can't even keep 51% of those 613 mitzvot. So this is huge. What does Judaism look like now? But you also have this additional problem of Christianity. And the older traditions, especially those pertaining to a multiplicity within the Godhead, often referred to as the two powers view or binitarianism by contemporary scholars, that was a problem because it seemed to lead straightway to Christianity. Now, I mentioned you can find a bunch of material in the Second Temple period on this, and I'll gloss over that for a second because what's interesting is when you look at the rabbinic material that's reactionary to Christianity, and this is something that's observed by Talmudic scholars, not Christians, but Jews. This is why I say this is so spectacularly ignorant in light of all that's being done or has been done in the past 20 years. Talmudic scholars are pointing out that this issue is very much apparent in the Talmud. You can see the rabbis trying to get a handle on this because it plays into the hands of Christianity. So what some scholars used to say is when they're opposing, hey, I've got that sitting over here somewhere.
Yeah,
we
it's
could
a good
have
book
a
on what you're
dueling.
basically saying.
We could have dueling books. Yours looks cleaner than mine. But notice, by the way, so yours doesn't have that little sticker on it. This mine's an old copy.
hold it. Hey, hold him up again.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, but look what I've got. Yeah. Oh, the Quran.
I'll come to this in a second because this is just kind of blows you away. But this particular book, it won the National Jewish Book Award and is written by a foremost Jewish scholar of Judaism during the medieval period, especially the mystical wing of Judaism. But so here's the thing. So scholars used to try to deal with these two powers texts in the Talmud by saying they're opposing Christians and or dualists. So you either have Christians who are affirming the deity of the Messiah alongside that of the Ancient of Days, or it's the Gnostics who are positing God and a demiurge, sort of like Plato's demiurge that bridges the gap between the transcendent being and physical matter. But what these Jewish scholars have brought out is the observation that no, what they're doing is they're reacting to something that was very much a reality among Second Temple Jews, and in fact seems to have predominated among Second Temple Jews. And so one of the giveaways on this is in the Talmud there's an account where a discussion is afoot about Daniel 7. This was a huge two powers text. And Rabbi Akiva...
Hang on. Don't be bringing up Daniel, because that's going to be Libyano's best evidence for Islam. So you're going to get burned up on this, Anthony. You're going to get burned up on this.
I'm doing this strategically.
Okay. Whoa. Wait, so you're going after like you're preemptively going after his strongest stuff. That's interesting. I just saw the archive posted a clip from my debate with Michael Shermer. Michael Shermer, atheist and skeptic. When I debated him years back, I looked him up and I saw he had a PhD in the history of science. So I based my entire case for God on the history of science, just to go after like what I thought his strongest point was. And then his response was pretty lame. But anyway, get back to Daniel 7. Back it up a little bit, because you're talking about the rabbis debate.
You reminded me of another debate, Greg Bahnsen versus Gordon Stein. When Bahnsen came out and began talking, he said, "I want to concede everything to my opponent concerning the subject matter of his doctoral dissertation on the control of ovarian maturation in Japanese quail." And basically what he was doing is saying, this guy doesn't belong on a stage debating a philosophical issue. And it was pretty hilarious back in the day. Okay, so with respect to this is just one example of a two powers text. They're discussing Daniel 7, where it refers to thrones being set in place, and then it successively mentions the Ancient of Days and the Son of Man. But the description of the Son of Man is a figure who is coming on the clouds of heaven, which is ordinarily in the Old Testament a way of describing God's mode of transport. He's riding, as it were, his royal chariot. In fact, upwards of 70 uses of someone riding the cloud. In all other cases, it's referring to God riding the clouds. So if Daniel's not identifying the Son of Man as a divine person, one has to account for what's going on here. But anyway, so...
And just real quick, just want to add to that is that I've heard them try to get around this, but I mean, like, they're forgetting that. There's a great quote from J.A. Emerton, The Origin of the Son of Man imagery, and he says, the act of coming with clouds suggests a theophany of Yahweh himself. In Daniel 7:13, if Daniel 7:13 does not refer to a divine being, then it is the only exception out of about 70 passages in the Old Testament.
See?
So I've heard them try to address this.
70.
Yeah. I've heard them try to address it and say, no, he's not divine figure. It would be such an odd exception in the entire Hebrew Bible, basically.
And as we'll see, this will just get worse and worse. But, okay, so in the account, Rabbi Akiva, so understand, Rabbi Akiva dominates Judaism in the first millennium after Christ. It's not until Maimonides comes along that somebody eclipses him. But Rabbi Akiva is the cream of the crop here. What happens in the account is Rabbi Akiva says that when he's explaining what the thrones are for, he says one for the Lord, one for David. Now, this is just rabbinic talk for the Messiah. What happens then is there's a immediate reaction against this, and he's accused basically of heresy. Because when he says one for David, it doesn't... somebody reading that today might just think, oh, no big deal. He's saying there's a Messiah and there's the Lord. But in the ancient Jewish understanding, to have anybody sitting on a throne next to God was a way of identifying that person as divine, especially if you're identifying it as the figure mentioned in Daniel 7, who's riding the clouds of heaven. So what happens is Akiva is made to repent in the account, meaning they pretend that he repents and so forth. But the point is that it's something that was held by Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva becomes one of the examples of somebody who held to the two powers in heaven view that was later deemed heresy. Okay, now, when you look at the rabbinic material, they're reacting against this, but at the same time, they're unwittingly giving evidence for it. They're basically showing that this was a belief of Jews prior to us, and even some Jews in our day are still clinging to this, even somebody as notable as Rabbi Akiva. But as you move through history, what's striking is this continues, at least in certain Jewish circles, all the way up through the Middle Ages. The book that IP just held up is all about Jewish groups in the medieval period who held on to a conception of divine sonship, whom they identified with the Son of Man, or in other texts of Scripture, the angel of the Lord, or in other texts of Scripture, the Sar Sava Yahweh, the commander of the Lord's host, who appears in Joshua 5, which IP just mentioned. Right. So let me give you a quote. This is striking. Now this figure. So this is from a scholar named Elliot Wolfson, who's a scholar, again, of this field. It's in a chapter called Metatron and Shiur Koma in the writings of the Hasidei Ashkenaz. So it's referring to the Jews who were centered in Germany. But he has a quote here from a guy named Rabbi Asher ben David, otherwise known as Rabbad, according to the acronym. Now, this is a figure, just so you know, who was adamantly opposed to Maimonides. When Maimonides came along, he wasn't considered the second coming of Moses. Most Jews at the time rejected him. He created a firestorm of controversy. And by the way, Maimonides was heavily influenced by Muslims in Islamic Spain. And that's why a lot of what he writes in his Guide for the Perplexed is simply Judaism transformed in many ways into Islam. That's why a lot of contemporary Jews are so inclined towards Muslims in many ways, because their theology came to them through Maimonides, who is very much influenced by Muslims. But here's the quote from Rabbad. Listen to this. Now, understand, I should make this comment. This quote is picking up these earlier traditions, but it's also filtering them through a developed mysticism that was coming along or becoming more prominent in the Middle Ages, known as Kabbalah. So I'm not advocating Kabbalah, and the kernel of this tradition is earlier than these Kabbalistic elements, but I just want people to understand what some of the weird stuff in this is saying. So here's what Rabbad says. This refers, he's referring to, that's another thing I should say. In the Talmud, it mentions God wearing phylacteries and even showing Moses how to wear phylacteries, which, by the way, shows the Jews couldn't have been opposed to the idea that God could be embodied. He's portrayed as somehow wearing phylacteries. But so he's commenting on this portion of the Talmud. This is what he says. This refers to the prince of the countenance, Sarha Panim. Okay, it's the same word, Sar, prince, that's used in Joshua 5, the captain of the Lord's host, the prince of the Lord's host. And it's going to come up later, too. He says, this refers to the prince of the countenance, whose name is like the name of his master, meaning his name is Yahweh. In other traditions, he's called the second Yahweh or the lesser Yahweh. Then it says, he appeared to Moses in the bush and to Ezekiel in the appearance of a man from above. So this is a reference to Ezekiel 1. Now, this is huge with respect to Daniel 7, because when Daniel looks at the figure who's on the chariot riding the clouds, he says he saw one that looked like a man, which is virtually identical in phraseology to Daniel 7's one like a son of man, which amounts to the same idea. It's a human being, but somehow described in glorious appearance. It says, he appeared to Moses in the bush and to Ezekiel in the appearance of a man from above, and he appeared to the prophets. The cause of causes, meaning the Ancient of Days, is not seen by any man, not in the right, left, front, or back. And this is a secret in the account of creation. Whoever knows the measurement of the Creator is guaranteed to inherit the world to come. Concerning this, it says, let us make man in our image. Okay, so that reference to the measurement is a reference to mystical, mathematical stuff that is involved in Kabbalah. But notice these texts that they're bringing up. Genesis 1:26, let us make man in our image. Joshua 5, the prince of the countenance. Angel of the Lord text, he's the one who appeared to the prophets. He's the one who appeared in Ezekiel. and on it goes. This is all the way up into the medieval period. All of this doesn't largely go away until Maimonides begins to try and overcome Judaism with his, he picked up Islamic philosophy like a dog picks up fleas.
Yeah. David, when you get a second, I want to just share my screen really fast. When I was in California, I'm ready now. Yeah. When I was in California, I gave this presentation. It was on the Trinity in the Bible. And I spent a lot of time in the Old Testament because there's a lot of evidence to support what Anthony was saying about these two powers in heaven. But you even see three persons in the Old Testament. So when you're ready, just share my screen.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, Ash Mays here says they claim now that it's spiritual Tefillin, Anthony.
Yes, they do. And that's, so real quick, so while he's pulling that up and you're getting that for him. So that's another thing. When they initially try and get rid of the idea of a multiplicity of persons in the Godhead, they still retain a belief in the possibility of divine embodiment. And so there's very much this incarnational way of thinking in Judaism all along the way up until Maimonides. Numerous scholars point this out. You can go read Dov Weiss, on and on. Alan Brill has a good book on this. I just had this guy on my channel the other day. You guys should check out his stuff if you haven't seen it. It's called The Scandal of a Divine Messiah by Dr. Brian Crawford, a response to Maimonidean and Kabbalistic challenges to the incarnation. So he points out that it's in the Middle Ages with Maimonides and the codification of Kabbalah that you really began to see things turning in a different direction. But prior to that, Jews were perfectly comfortable with divine embodiment and even in a plurality of persons.
So Trinity and Incarnation, the two things that Islam is most vehemently against. Interesting. All right, IP, there you have that.
Yeah. So these are slides from the presentation I gave. And by the way, Anthony's right. And Jewish scholars today are pointing this out, like Benjamin Sommer, Alan Siegel, Daniel Bourdain. All are pointing out, this is the theology of the Bible. But you can see it in places like Genesis 19:24. Then the Lord rained on Sodom and Gomorrah sulfur and fire from the Lord out of heaven. And the divine name is used there, Yahweh. So you have two Yahwehs here. But we know the Bible teaches there's only one God. Okay, so is this consistent with Islam, as Libyano was saying? No, it isn't. Same in Exodus 23. He says, behold, I sent a messenger before you. We translate it as angel, but it says messenger. And Muslims have used this. They use this in that god-awful book, Abraham Fulfilled, to try to point to Muhammad. I kid you not. But if you just keep reading, God keeps talking about this messenger, and he says at the end, you shall serve the Lord your God, and he will bless your bread and your water, and I will take sickness away from among you. So God is talking about God, who's going to go before them as a messenger. See this also in Joshua. The commander of the army of the Lord shows up, but then if you see right after this in Joshua 6, the Lord then speaks. So the commander of the army of the Lord is the Lord. And if we want to bring in the Holy Spirit, we can as well. Draw near to me, hear this from the beginning. I have not spoken in secret. From the time it came to be, I have been there. And now the Lord God has sent me and his Spirit. So the Lord God is sending who is speaking and his Spirit. Now, commentators will say this last line should be attributed to Isaiah. I'm not convinced of that. I don't see a switch in speaker, and this seems ad hoc to try to just shoehorn in this idea that we can't have the Trinity there. But it seems as though we have this kind of stuff even in the Old Testament. None of this is consistent with Islam. There's so much in the Old Testament that isn't consistent with Islam, just in theology and history alone. Think of who made the golden calf. Think of the story of Saul. Think of the story of Solomon. Think of the story of Moses. Like, who raised him? How many plagues were there in the Exodus? And the Quran says 9, the Bible says 10. There's so many problems here. So no, Islam does not have consistency with the prior prophets or the prior scriptures. That's just absurd nonsense. And there are so many places we can point to.
Interesting. Let's see.
So let me throw something in on
switching sides here. Ha.
That's fine.
So IP mentioned Genesis 19 and of course a slew of other texts. In quite a number of them, the Lord is appearing in the form of a man. And what's striking to me about the Genesis 19 context is it's preceded by a theophany of God but the theophany is very mundane. In other places, God appears in a spectacular way. There's evident displays of his presence outwardly. Think of Mount Sinai, where the mountain's quaking, there's rumbling, earthquake, fire, smoke, and so forth. That's the sort of thing you might expect if God's going to put in an appearance. But when you look at the Abraham account, which leads into the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah in chapter 19, God appears in this very mundane way. Abraham does not at first know who it is, or that the other two are angels. He just thinks they're men and proceeds to meet their needs. The Lord, in the context, says that he's going to go down to Sodom and judge it for the outcry that's come up to heaven. But before he does, two angels go in ahead of him, get Lot and his family out. The Lord stays behind, talks with Abraham, or Abraham says, will the judge of the earth, destroy it if there's 50 righteous in it and so forth. And he gets it down to, 10 and so forth. And the Lord basically says, no, I won't destroy it if there's at least 10 righteous people there. But the point is that while the angels go ahead, the Lord has said he himself is going to go down into Sodom. So they're going ahead of him, and they're taking Lot and his family out. And then later, when the text that IP read, when it says the Lord rained upon Sodom and Gomorrah brimstone and fire from the Lord out of heaven, the whole point is the Lord is on earth in the form of a man. So so picture this. The Lord has descended from heaven to earth in the form of a man, and he brings down judgment in the form of fire. Does that sound like anything that Jesus talked about? Jesus in the New Testament says it's going to be just like it was in the days of Sodom and Gomorrah when the Son of Man returns from heaven. So that's a foretaste of the coming judgment. God coming to earth in the form of a man and bringing the fire with him, as it were. And by the way, the Hebrew grammar there is inescapable. You can't say, as some people have argued, that what this is it's like God, somebody speaking of himself in the third person. If you go back to Genesis 4, Lamech says, Lamech killed a man or something like that. And so they say that's what's going on here, is the Lord is just speaking in the third person. Problem is, it's not the Lord speaking. It's a narrative statement by Moses. And he says, the Lord reigned from the Lord. It uses the direct object marker in Hebrew before the second occurrence of the term Lord, indicating that you have a subject-object distinction here. One person doing it from another. So pretty bad stuff from Libyano there.
Yeah, so Libyano, Hijab said, hey, what case would you give against Christianity and what case would you give for Islam? His case against Christianity was lack of continuity, the doctrine of the Trinity, plurality of persons within the Godhead. If it were true, you would expect to see it being taught by the prophets who came before. Anthony, did the prophets teach a plurality of persons?
Most definitely.
Yeah.
He said most deaf, ladies and gentlemen, most deaf. You heard it here. You got that, everyone? So, Libyano, he doesn't seem to know the scriptures very well. And when Anthony started, he said that, this would have been one thing if it were like 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, something like this. Guys, this has all been pointed out to Muslims. You have this all over the Old Testament. You have these passages where it seems to be, you got God and you got God. What's going on here? What's going on here? You got God and God. Oh, you got God, God's Spirit. What's going on here? What's going on here? Looks like a plurality, and during the time of Jesus, would not have been a terribly uncommon view to hold, that there is this plurality somehow within God. And it's later developments in Judaism which sort of where they're deliberately setting themselves against Christian doctrine, that they consolidate around a Unitarian view and so on. But anyway, Libyano doesn't seem familiar with any of this. It's like he got his Dawa script from 20 years ago and has not interacted with anything at any point. And so we can only say he has no clue what he's talking about, but that's kind of a requirement for Dawa. Just have no clue what you're talking about.
one more thing. We have a video coming out Friday on the two powers in heaven that Than put together. It's like an hour long of so much data showing this theology is there.
Yeah, and one other thing, just to underscore and sort of bring out part of this. So obviously it would have been wrong 20 years ago. The Old Testament evidence is there. Christians have been pointing to it for millennia, since the beginning. But part of what I was driving at is that what happened in scholarship is increasingly after Maimonides, you have people just assuming that what came to be the reigning view just always had been what Judaism taught.
Yep.
And so it's more understandable for people in that milieu to think, oh, well, it's just a given, right? Everybody says this. It would still be wrong, right? All the para-rabbinic and pre-Maimonidean stuff would have been there, but they might have assumed no need to go check that out because everybody agrees. If everybody agrees, then probably that's the way it is. But so here's a quote from Alan Brill where he's making this point. This is his book, A Jewish Trinity. Now, he's not a Christian. He's a Jewish scholar. He says, an earlier era of rabbinic scholars, he means prior to, he doesn't mean ancient or medieval. He's talking about like 1800s, 1900s. An earlier era of rabbinic scholars downplayed the hypostatic and mythological tendencies in rabbinic thought. So rabbinic means Talmudic stuff, right? The sages. He says, these scholars after them downplayed this, treating them all as metaphor without acknowledgement of any hypostasis or manifestation of God in the rabbinic view of God. Contemporary scholars, however, see these concepts such as the Shekinah, the glory, as a hypostasis and as having continuity in later Judaism. So Libyano's out of step not only just with the evidence, but also with the discussion of this and admission of this among Jewish scholars.
So he doesn't know the Bible. He doesn't know what
Second Temple.
He doesn't understand Judaism, and what even Jews have acknowledged about what the prophets were saying. So completely ignorant of reality, and yet goes on with Muhammad Hijab and says, nope, you don't see this anywhere. When even Jews will acknowledge you see this in there. You see this in the Torah and the rest of the Old Testament. Interesting. Doesn't seem to have a clue what he's talking about. All right, guys. So we ready to go on? Or anything else you wanted to add to that?
Yep. No, let's do it.
Okay.
Quickly, just reminding me of something. So I heard Rabbi Tovia Singer, whom I've been here and there doing videos in response to, finally put out a video responding to me on the angel of the Lord. I haven't watched it yet.
Responding to you specifically?
Yep. And I've always been kind of hesitant because I've never known. Hesitant to use his videos because I didn't know if he'd do a hijab move or something like that. I just never really got a good fix on that, so I've been sort of reticent. But he even has clips somebody told me of me in it, so I'm thinking, hey, it's open season now. He just threw down the gauntlet.
That's good. Good stuff. Good stuff. Now, you just talked about getting a fix. You don't want to say that around Muhammad Hijab because he appears stoned out of his mind every time he's live now. Weird stuff. Let's take these super chats real quick, and then we will jump into his case for Islam. And again, he's told, what's your case for Islam? We can only assume he's presenting his strongest case, and he goes to biblical prophecy about Muhammad.
Yeah, our Bible.
Our Bible is the best evidence for Islam. But I thought your Bible was corrupted. Oh, my goodness. Isn't this weird? All right, let's take these super chats. Hey, Muslims, how does it feel? Your best representative for Islam is hijab with a clear drinking problem. Well, to be fair, no, we know he drank because there's a picture of him with the bottle of brandy beside him. But to be fair, that could have been a one-off thing. He may just be high. He may just be stoned out of his mind in this stuff. So we don't actually know. Dean, who says Jesus being the son of God is completely fine with Islam, and Libyano, who is infatuated with God logic. Yeah, there you have it. Kings of Dawa, everyone. Kings of Dawa. Welcome to 2026. It's going to be a fun year. Libyano brought his soy boy army for rebuttal, said. Where is the muddy pool that the sun sets in, according to Islam? I don't know, but it's out there somewhere. Alexander the Great found it, and he died young. So, if Alexander the Great found it, you can get there. And you can find the place where the sun sets in a muddy pool. You can find the place where the sun rises out of a pool. And you should be able to find this huge wall that he built, but we're still waiting. And yet, in the meantime, we're supposed to take Islam really seriously. Who is better at destroying Dawah, Orthodox Muslim or Malik? Short-term Malik, long-term Orthodox Muslim. Yeah, because Malik's like burning. He's trying to do too much at once and like going down in flames. So you can do something really spectacular, but not last very long. But yeah. New to polemics and appreciate you guys. Thank you and God bless. That's why we're here. IP, have you done a video on how to distinguish prophets from false prophets? I'm talking to Mormons on X. Oh, hey, David and Anthony.
I have not done a specific video on that, but I mean, I think if they're preaching something other than scripture, that's a pretty good sign they're a false prophet. That's why we reject Muhammad. He claims to be in continuity with the prophets and thoroughly contradicts them in so many ways.
Cough, my new video this week. Cough. Oh, I think he's referring to something else.
Yeah, that's as I said. We got a video coming out Friday.
Okay.
On the two powers in heaven.
Wait,
all the stuff we've been talking about.
When you say we, you mean Than?
Yeah, Than has it. Yeah.
Okay. So I thought when you said we, I thought you were both in it. You mean it's the ministry of you and Than. So, but it's Than.
Let me just say, so I met Than for the first time back at ETS this last year, and we're all hanging out, everybody's talking, and we're going to different things at the event and going out to eat and stuff. And then later at the apologetics conference afterwards, I found out that Than was going to teach something, and I'm like, oh, he didn't tell me he does anything like this. And then I'm looking at the topics I'm most interested in, and there was going to be one on the two powers in heaven, and I'm like, Than been holding out on me. So anyways, I went in and listened, loved it. So I would very much encourage people to go listen to what he's going to do, because I've heard him talk about it, and we're on the same page there, and that makes him right.
Apostate of Allah says, Than is coughing. Give him a lozenge. Yep. Or watch his video when it comes out. I know of two YouTube Christian ladies who have, or do you mean white? Because it's YT. YT stands for YouTube, or some people use it because they want to say white, have converted to Islam by Libyano. One of them now promotes Islam to other, if it's on TikTok, then it's got to be white girls on TikTok. Am an atheist, but I was able to save one of them from being conned. That's good. So,
Good.
Yeah. No, guys, it's just that, they lose their mind. Yes, we reverted people. Yeah. You can compulsively lie to people, and people will fall for it. But, yeah, the statistics show that between 60 and 70% of people who revert to Islam leave within a couple of years when they realize that they were duped.
When you lie to people to get them into Islam, they tend to get pissed off a few years later.
And so they're actually making more ex-Muslims than they're making Muslims, guys. Most Christians, one straightforward answer for one question. Muslims, 30 dumb answers for one question. Yeah, and they somehow think that 30 dumb answers somehow add up to a good answer. But yep, 30 and 1. Notice the numbers, guys. Notice the numbers. Muhammad set the pattern. But Mo told them not to eat pork, giving no reasons. That's all you need. I already asked D. Wood and Thad. Thaddeus. They didn't know. IP, do you know about the Crossfire Christians? It's native spiritualism mixed with Christianity. My sis converted, worried about her salvation, can't find info. Yeah, I hadn't heard of it. Crossfire.
This is the first I've heard of it. Yeah. No, I haven't heard of it.
Wait, we have to go back to that last comment you just put up, though. Muhammad said no pork and gave no reason for it. Apparently, these guys haven't listened to Zakir Naik.
Oh, yeah.
So there are teachings in the Hadith that talk about why certain animals are clean and unclean. Some animals belong in a special way to Satan, and some more so than others. So the black dog, for example, that's obviously a satanic animal.
Oh, black got to be the black dog, Muhammad.
Well, but by the way, CL, who I'm debating, has I haven't read it yet, but he has something trying to respond to you on Muhammad the white man.
What? So, he's trying to respond to me on that stuff?
it's at least in print. I don't know if there's a video on it. There might be. Some of his things on his little Substack have links to articles, some to YouTube videos. So there might be a video.
Oh, interesting. So wait, you have CL who's obsessed with race, and he apparently didn't like that me pointing out all these hadiths where Muhammad is described as white, and the whiteness of his thigh, and the whiteness of his stomach, and the whiteness of his armpits, and the whiteness of this, and the whiteness of that, and the whiteness of his face. Even when Muhammad, when a traveler walked in and said, "I'm looking for Muhammad," and they said, "Where is he?" He said, "It's this white guy." So that's how you'd identify Muhammad in a crowd. You say the white guy, and apparently
Yeah.
CL doesn't like that.
So the best part of Zachar Naik here I haven't even mentioned it. So some animals are devilish in nature, and for that reason aren't to be eaten. Camels have some problems associated with them. They're not all bad, but they have devilish energy. And so if you eat a camel, you get some of its devilish energy. That's why you have to, once again, perform wudu, right? You have to go through the whole washing thing again. Well, so here's Zachar Naik's brilliant argument that he claims to get from Muhammad. He says that pigs are very unprincipled animals. The pigs will mate swap. They swap mates, right? So they're swingers and all this other kind of stuff. He says that's why Western pig eaters, when they go out to the clubs, often engage in mate swapping because they eat pigs, which are devilish animals and so forth. So according to Zach, see, look at that.
Yeah.
IP is thinking this is brilliant.
And you
This is
And you remember what he
this is
said?
brilliant.
Then he concluded, goes, and there is a scientific thing. You eat
Yeah,
pig, you behave like pig. He said, there is a scientific thing. He said, scientific thing. You eat pig, you behave like pig. This is
And he was going to be a doctor, or he was a doctor, like a medical doctor.
he didn't, I don't think he ever like worked as a, he says he like got the degree or
Broke
something
off
like
before.
that. But yeah, but I mean, he should know better than that. Or he's just a compulsive liar. But this is the champion of Dawa. You eat pig, you behave like pig. That's it. Crazy stuff. Let's see. God bless you all. Thank you. Hey, we got Chris here. I have a book called Our God is Triune, Essays in Biblical Studies. It disagrees with what Libyano says. And oh, thanks, Anthony, for signing my copy. I think that was Chris
Gosh, that-
promoting your book, man.
That was ages ago.
Yeah, it was a collection of essays, man.
Yeah, no, but I mean signing it. So that's what I'm thinking. Gosh, I do recall it now, but that was a long time ago.
IP, I see you have volumes of Gary's On the Resurrection. I just picked up volume 1. If you've read, what are your thoughts?
I have not read it yet. I've heard there's a lot of problems with it, but I haven't had time to look into it that much. But yeah, but I got it. But yeah, I haven't had time to look too much into it. I've only used it sort of like as a reference thing. Hey, let me look up this fact. All right, let me see what the scholars are saying on it. So yeah.
Recently had someone recommend me Slaves, Women, and Homosexuals by William J. Webb. Have you read it, Anthony? And do you recommend it? God bless you all.
I have not read it.
No,
Is it
fan
on-
recommended it to him. So
Oh, okay. I have not. I all the stuff I'm learning these days about homosexuals, I just get from watching the Dawa scene.
Even if y'all don't still love y'all's content, keep up the good work. God bless you all. Everyone in chat, like the video. Just join Acts 17 app. Cool. Did you see Pastor Perry Stone's claim the government met with many leading pastors and priests together about coming alien UFO disclosure and to prep the church? Nope. Don't follow that stuff, but we'll see. I'm Jewish, and I recall that Maimonides referred to Muhammad as a crazy person.
That is true. But it's tucked away, and some of the manuscripts have some of those sorts of things censored.
Do you see atheists, Jews, Hindus as allies against Islam? Absolutely. If they're responding to Islam and exposing Muhammad as a false prophet, then we're kind of on the same page there. Have you listened to Rich Tidwell and what he says about the synagogue of Satan? Opinions on what he says? If not, I highly recommend you listen to it. Nope, not familiar with that. Anyone else?
no.
So Germany has arrested 2 YouTubers, Nico and Tino, from Eternal Life under criminal blasphemy laws for criticizing Islam. Oh, you're going to keep seeing that. People say, "Oh, why would you be at all suspicious of Islam?" Oh, now we'll lock you up for saying something about Islam. And then, shocker, it's not like we told you this was going to happen. Do Muslims think David was not a prophet, or do they just ignore how Jesus says David spoke of him?
Yep. Yeah, they tend to say that's the corrupted part. I mean, anytime there's a problem for Islam, they just go to in the Bible. They just, well, that's the corrupted part. It's so circular, and they don't even see it. And Than and I pointed this out to Dean Responds back in the fall, and he still didn't get it.
Well, there's a huge problem when it comes to anything like Old Testament prophecy and saying it's corrupted as a way of getting out of the problem that it points to Jesus. It's one thing to talk about something being corrupted after the fact and saying, oh, we were predicting this figure. But you got a huge problem on your hands when it comes to the Old Testament. We know what it looked like. We know what it says from before the time of Jesus. So if you're saying that it was corrupted so that it points to Jesus, well, that sounds like a miracle to me. It's almost like if it wasn't inspired in the first place, well, now the second run is, right? It's God is so orchestrating the corruption of the text that it all points to Jesus. I don't think that's going to be a comfortable position for Muslims to hold. But that's not to say that's the only thing they would say. It's just it's an indication of how bad this would be if we delved into this.
Let's see. Have you guys heard of Rain Rave Messiah? The Moose were praying for rain and disaster just because they don't like people having fun. No.
I've not heard of it. No.
Singer was rabbi to Indonesia. Excuses him a lot. That's interesting. You know how worried I'd be if I had a 6-year-old daughter who came up to me and said she'd read Sahih al-Bukhari 5134. Yeah, that'd be pretty bad. I release a response to Singer attacking Paul today. Hey, that's Ash Mays, guys. Check out his channel and check out his response. What's up?
Well, so it's funny here. So I haven't even watched the video yet that I said Tovia responds to me, but somebody told me, I said, is there anything interesting in it? Like, am I going to have any challenge here? And he said it's mostly him complaining that you, one way or another, identified him as a liar. And he accused you of anti-Semitism on that account, right? That's Toby has a very limited playbook, right? You're going to have a hard time proving I'm anti-Semitic for 100 reasons. Number one, my wife is Jewish, my children are Jewish.
Oh, that's like I have a
Jewish.
Black friend, Anthony.
Yeah,
come on.
But no, my whole point is, like, this is part of a whole group of things that my whole life has been, as a Christian, very much proactively involved, reading Jewish sources, engaging Jewish people, all out of a desire to see them know Christ. A person like Tovia may not agree with me, may think that Jesus is the Messiah, but there's no good reason to say it's because I've got some sort of axe to grind against Jews or anything like that. But the reason I bring this up is because I think it was just the next day after he put out that thing on me where he's calling Paul a liar. Right? That's what I think Ash is referring to when he says I released a 2-part response to Singer attacking Paul. So Toby is mad at me for apparently identifying him as a liar, and then he turns around and identifies Paul as a liar. Is it possible, David? You said it's possible for somebody to have, everybody who wants to say they're not a racist says I have this friend who's this race or that race, right? Well, is it possible for somebody to be a self-loathing Jew? Right? Maybe Tovia hates Jews. Why is he attacking
if he's attacking Paul,
Jew
who's
the
a
Apostle
Jew? Yeah.
Paul?
Yep.
Right? Sounds anti-Semitic to me.
Pharisee of Pharisees, and he's going after him, man. What the heck? What's wrong with you, Tovia? He's like Clayton Bigsby. He's like Clayton Bigsby in that Chappelle skit where he was a black white supremacist. Anyway, weird stuff, man. So that's Ash Mays. Really do love how you break things down, David. Is it me or does IP's camera lens need to be clean? I don't know. It kind of just depends on when you turn your computer on.
Yeah, I need to get a new camera. I need to get that set up. So yeah, it's just probably this is getting old. It's just, I don't know. Ecamm always makes it look crappy anyway.
Hey, what's this say? Logic's dad sent you a message. Check his latest.
That's a Muslim claiming that Libyano is Logic's dad, even though God Logic smoked him, and he refuses to go to Logic's stream, which he already agreed to do. So yeah, that's a thing. But again, we know, we already talked about this. We were live. We don't have time to watch. We found out about the video like right before we were about to go live, so we'll watch it and look at it later, whatever it is.
Oh, he's just telling me to watch that video again? I'll watch it for $2,000. Hey, Libyano, put $2,000 and I'll watch it. I'll watch it now. So, if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, that's what he said when someone challenged him today. You have to give me $2,000. You get zooted. You get zooted, you behave like zoot. And there is a scientific thing. If you get zooted, you behave like zoot. You have to make a video debunking the whole Cyrus Totally. It's going to happen. You have to make a video debunking the whole Cyrus as dual carnane theory. Cyrus literally prayed to Babylonian gods in Cyrus cylinder, but has become their new dual carnane since he is mentioned in the Old Testament. Yeah. The problem is when you read the Syriac Alexander legend, it is exactly what the Quran says about dual carnane. Science, you are what you eat. You don't see how. If Abraham built the Kaaba, why did none of the subsequent prophets like Jesus, Moses ever bother to visit the Kaaba? No continuity there whatsoever. Yeah, no continuity. So Islam is false. If the two powers in heaven refer to God the Father and the Son, what of the Holy Spirit? At least according to Second Temple Jews. Now, as far as I've understood it, it's like they just recognize it like in a passage. It's like you've got God and God. So they're not saying exactly what the number. They're just saying, okay, here you have a plurality, and as full revelation comes in, you can identify the persons and so on. But what are you guys' thoughts here?
Yeah. So now everybody has to hear this carefully. When you read certain scholars, even Trinitarian scholars, they'll sometimes refer to certain texts as Unitarian, others as Binitarian, others as Trinitarian. They're not using Unitarian or Binitarian in the dogmatic sense, meaning limited to, but they're only indicating that it specifically mentions in this text one or two persons or three persons. So the vast majority of texts usually only have two persons in view. And that's true even in the New Testament. You have, for example, the apostolic benedictions where Paul mentions Father and Son, grace to you and peace from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ. But sometimes the Holy Spirit is also mentioned in the benedictions or salutations. You have Paul's benediction at the end of 1 Corinthians or 2 Corinthians 13, where he says, the grace of the Lord Jesus Christ and the love of God and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with you all. John in the book of Revelation has a salutation in which he mentions the Father, the Spirit, and the Son. So the point is, some texts, and the vast majority of them, only have in view two of the persons, but other texts have the other person in view. And so if you want a three powers text, as it were, just go read Targum Neophytes' translation of Genesis 1:26. There it explicitly refers to the us as the Lord, his memra, which is the Aramaic term for word or logos, and then it refers to his kavod or glory. And then what's interesting is it's explaining the us there as a way of referring to these three persons. The very next verse in Genesis 2:1, which, remembering there's no chapter divisions in the original text, and that's not where the natural break is anyways, right? It goes up through verse 3. That's the end of the first section of Genesis. Well, if you take away the vowel pointings, which are added by the Masoretes in the rabbinic period, the early writing of the text didn't have vowel pointings. So there were some cases where there could be ambiguity, and you'd have to infer from the context what the proper vowels are there. Well, Genesis 2:1, instead of being read as a passive where it says, and thus were created the heavens and the earth, it reads more naturally, and this is how it's written in Targum Neophytes, thus they completed the heavens and the earth, referring back to Genesis 1:26, where us and our, identified as the Lord, his memra, and his glory, created man. So there's a three powers text, and there's plenty of those in the Targums.
Hey, look at this. Look at this. Did I say you could open your mouth? Apologetics Roadshow. What a dork, you know. With one little button, I ban you. Right? Boom, you're banned. Post another comment. um, okay. I can't believe singers are attacking Paul now. Yeah, all these singers, man. What is a vehicle for appendages? A tow truck. You guys are awesome, man. Does any one of you have a vid debunking the muswak again? I don't think so.
No.
We do need to make the video about the guy sticking Muhammad's muswak up his butt and then giving birth to that mutant baby, and he died from it. Pretty crazy story. And last here, why do Muslims insult by saying, I'm your dad? Is this some psychological thing that being a father is the worst thing to the son since Allah isn't? It is something weird. It's just like they get all these like weird little issues and fetishes. And as soon as one does it, they're not original thinkers. So as soon as one person comes up with it, they all just start copying it and stuff. And it's just pathetic. Dawah is an absolute joke. All right, we ready to... So can we say... Matter of fact, let's take a poll real quick. Let's take a poll. Start a poll. Not in the Zut sense. Did Libyano present a powerful argument against Christianity? Did Libyano present a powerful argument against Christianity? All right. Let you guys decide that. We ready to check out what his case for Islam is? So, guys, again, his case against Christianity was Christians teach the doctrine of the Trinity. If God were really a plurality of persons and so on, we'd expect previous prophets to be saying things along this lines. And guess what? According to the Bible and Christians and Jews and scholars, that's exactly what you see from the previous prophets. So Libyano, as usual, has no clue what he's talking about. Ignorance is dawah, ladies and gentlemen. All right, so let's jump back into this video. We'll see if he can do a better case defending Islam than he can refuting Christianity, because his refutation of Christianity sucked. Now, what's weird, again, hey, can you defend Islam? Where does he go? The Bible. The Bible. Awesome, awesome, awesome. They can't defend their own religion without begging for support from our book. That should tell you something. And then when our book disagrees, oh, it's been corrupted. This is absolutely pathetic. But here we go. This is Dawah.
Complete and perfect continuity.
Yes.
With
Hang on, let me back it up a little just so we can see the transition here.
argument. In contrast to that, Islam is in complete and perfect continuity.
Yes.
With the Old Testament and with the prophets. As a matter of fact, what if I told you, contrary to popular Christian belief, Christians think Jesus fulfilled over 300 prophecies.
Really?
Yeah. Do you know how many prophecies he fulfilled?
How many?
0. He fulfilled no. I'm serious.
Well, I
He
mean, the true
fulfilled-
Jesus that we believe in.
Right. But I'm saying the Christian perception.
Yeah, sure.
Right. Jesus fulfills 0 messianic prophecies.
You guys
I
hear
mean,
this?
this is just blatantly false.
No, well, it's also like
Exact-
insane. It's also insane. Anthony, are there messianic prophecies? Just 2 quick questions. Are there clearly messianic prophecies in the Old Testament? I'm talking to you, Anthony.
I said yes, but I had put it on mute.
Oh,
So
well, stop embarrassing
you were
us.
supposed to read my lips.
Okay. So, just to confirm, there are clearly messianic prophecies in the Old Testament.
Yes.
Okay. Does Islam teach that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yes.
Okay. And Libyano says Jesus, the Messiah, doesn't fulfill any messianic prophecies. So I guess Islam is false. Wait, this is how he's starting off his case for Islam, by saying that Islam is false? Hey, we've got the Old Testament. It has all these messianic prophecies. Jesus fulfills none of these messianic prophecies. Okay, so I guess Islam is wrong when Islam calls him the Messiah? Oopsie. What a dope, man.
I mean, you can literally just refute this with one. Zechariah 9:9. The Messiah will ride a donkey into Jerusalem. Jesus did. Okay, there, he fulfilled one.
No,
One.
he fulfilled
So
0.
Just with that, just with one, you can show that Libyano is just completely wrong or lying. And I honestly, I just like the amount of times it happens in this, which we'll get to, is insane.
Yep. Blind leading the blind, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go.
The Christian perception,
Yeah, sure.
right? Jesus fulfills 0 messianic prophecies, none. As a matter of fact, inspiring philosophy. I just had a debate with him.
Did you?
On the Prophet Muhammad in the Bible. He conceded that the prophecies that the gospel authors use to establish Jesus's messiahship and prophethood are actually circular.
Really?
Yeah,
So this is a lie.
they are conceding that the prophecies
So
are
this
not
is a
true
lie.
prophecies.
Yeah. So you conceded
Yeah.
that those prophecies are circular, applied by circular reasoning, and so no case for.
Yeah,
No
so
evidence
this
for
is a
Jesus.
lie. He was talking about how like Islam will read their theology into places like Isaiah 29:12. And then he brought up Matthew, and I'm going, yeah, that would be circular too. That's the point I'm making in this clip. So they clip that, but they don't include the context leading up to that because they want to lie, and they need their clips. They need their clip farming. So they just take out all the context, the conditionals that were there. Yeah, if you were going to use Matthew the same way Muslims use the Quran and read it into the Old Testament, yeah, that would be circular. That's the point I'm making. That's not what Matthew's doing. He's doing typology, which isn't circular. You're looking for types or patterns and then showing Jesus fulfill those types and patterns. You're not saying, yes, these are literal prophecies in the Old Testament that Jesus fulfilled. He's using typology. So, and he's about to say that it's circular typology, which shows he doesn't know what he's talking about, because typology is not assuming those are literal prophecies. Therefore, it's not circular, like what the Muslims do when they go to like Song of Solomon 5:16. They read Islamic theology into that, and then they use that to try to prove Islam. Matthew's not doing that. But if you were to use Matthew that way, it would be circular. So they just cut that one part, and then they continue to lie about it, even though they've been corrected on this multiple times. They don't care. They need to keep lying because they got nothing else. And so that's how you know how bad Libyano lost this debate. He keeps bringing up things that were not even relevant to the debate topic, which are also just blatant lies because he's trying to distract from how bad he did in the actual debate.
Yeah, and that seems to be the tactic. It's like they'll take a debate. They don't care how they do, as long as there's some clips that they can rip out and then run around saying, oh, because they know most people aren't watching the debate. And most of their fans who watch it, they won't even understand what's going on because they're the product of 40 generations of first cousin marriage. They can't even understand what anyone is saying. And so they just look, get some 15-second TikTok clip, and that's all their goal is. And it's like, does the true religion need these stupid little tricks that you guys use? And anyway,
let me recommend 2 books real quick on prophecy, and then say something about what I think Libyano has in view here. Obviously, IP knows, but for the benefit of the audience. But two books. One is by Michael Rydelnik. It's called The Messianic Hope. This is a Jewish guy who became a Christian and also took great issue with how some Christians were handling prophecy. He thought they're actually watering it down. There's actually far more going on here than they seem to be incorporating into their thinking here. And then there's another book called The Moody Handbook of Messianic Prophecy. Huge, thick book covering scores of Old Testament prophecies. These are very good books that have a good methodology and just stunning insights. But one of the things that Muslims will try to do, and I remember this from way back, they point to certain texts that don't look as flashy as some of the other prophecies, and they'll pretend like they're all of this sort, and if Christians can do this, we can do this sort of thing too, kind of thing. But they really don't know what's going on. So here's the classic example that people like to bring up. In Matthew 2, when Jesus is taken out of Israel into Egypt, he quotes Hosea 11:1.
I call my son. Mm-hmm.
Right. And they point out, well, when you go to Hosea, it's not a prophecy about the future. It's referring to the past. And it's not about an individual, but about the nation. So it's the nation of Israel as God's son that was taken out of Egypt. So no prophecy here, no individual reference, not the Messiah, and so forth. So Matthew's obviously just playing fast and loose with the Old Testament. He is reading his theology back into it, like they're accusing IP of. But there's a lot going on in Hosea that shows he's aware of different things. But just to give you an idea of what's going on in the Old Testament, which ancient Jews understood, the same thing I just did with respect to the Trinity and the Incarnation, and we were talking about, we could do this with Messianic prophecy as well. When you look at Balaam's oracles in the Torah, in the Law of Moses, he has 4 oracles. And in 2 of them, he's talking about Israel and the historical Exodus. And he refers to Israel as the people having been taken out of Egypt. But then in his final 2 oracles, he begins to talk about the future. He explicitly says these are about the last days. And he switches from talking about Israel, the nation, as God's son, to talking about the king as God's son, who is foreshadowed by this historical Exodus. That is, it's already there in Numbers 22 through 24, where he explicitly says, just like, well, I'm paraphrasing, I'm saying explicit, but this is the point of it, just like the nation had been taken out of Egypt, so likewise the future Messiah, or God's son, the king, would be taken out of Egypt. And so when you're reading subsequent prophets like Hosea, you're to read them, as Matthew did, aware of this established typological pattern, where the Messiah is expected to retrace Israel's steps, to recapitulate them, and atone for her missteps. And so you're to see in the prior writings a pattern of future redemption. This is all over rabbinic literature. They repeatedly talk about how the patriarchs are a pattern of the future. And so in many ways, they say that you're not reading the Bible accurately if you're reading it as a history book. Now, again, not to be misunderstood, they're not saying just dispense with all this, it's not history, but their whole point is it's all being given with an eschatological orientation. It's all pointing towards the Messiah. So when he says things like, the Bible's not handling these things accurately, Jesus doesn't really fulfill them, he's just ignorant of how the Old Testament works, as can be demonstrated from the Old Testament and the writings of ancient Jews. He's reading it like a Muslim who doesn't know what prophecy looks like, because his prophet wasn't a prophet and couldn't even get present facts right? How are you going to know what prophecy looks like if your prophet couldn't even speak about the past or present accurately? He thought Dul Carnain saw the sun setting in it.
And he thought that Alexander the Great was a devout Muslim prophet. Like that entire passage. By the way, that was that Quran revelation in Surah 18 was a response to people challenging him. Tell us about Alexander the Great, Dul Carnain. He goes, well, I'll tell you. And he's a devout Muslim prophet who goes and finds a place where the sun sets, finds a place where the sun rises, builds this big wall between these 2 mountains that's holding back the hordes of Gog and Magog and so on. And guess what, guy? Alexander the Great didn't do any of that stuff. It was a 6th century Alexander the Great fan fiction. The Syriac Alexander legend was a Christianized version where they make Alexander the Great like he's paving the way for the Messiah. And what does he do? Not in the Quran. What does he do in the Syriac Alexander legend? He decides he wants to find the ends of the earth. He's a devout monotheist. Travels west, finds a place where the sun sets. Goes east, finds a place where the sun rises. Goes and builds this giant wall between these two mountains to hold back the forces of Gog and Magog and so on. It's exactly what you find in the Quran. And it's okay. So Muhammad, or Allah, if you want to say it's from Allah, thought the Syriac legend of Alexander is an accurate story about Alexander the Great and put it in the Quran. If it was Muhammad, you could say, okay, he was an illiterate 7th century Arabian caravan robber, so what would he know? If you say it's God, oh my goodness, this is weird.
You mentioning the Alexander romance with that picture on the screen is not helping me.
I didn't say Alexander romance, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, but it made me think of it, at least.
Yeah, I know. And I'll say it again, guys. Young men, find a woman who looks at you the way Libyano looks at Mohammed Hijab. What's crazy is when we were watching it before, we kept seeing he keeps looking directly at Mohammed Hijab's mouth. Like he'll just sit there staring at his mouth while talking to him. It's like, uh-oh, this is weird and creepy. But that's Dawa, guys. That's Dawa. Can't blame him. Yeah, Muhammad and Dihi al-Kalbi, who these guys know, nothing can be wrong. All right, here we go.
Yeah, so they are conceding that the prophecies are not true prophecies, they are circular typologies. Okay? In contrast to that, we have
That's how you know he doesn't know what he's talking about. He says
No.
circular typologies. That's not a thing. Like, come on, man.
No. Yeah, this is something that happens over and over again. It's like how these guys are with philosophy and stuff. They just learn philosophy to sound impressive to dumb people, not to actually let's get the tools down and then go wherever they point and stuff like that. It's what things can I learn from this field that will make me sound smart to people who have no clue what I'm talking about. That's what it is. And so circular typology, blah, blah, blah. And by the way,
Actually-
guys, he's completely misrepresenting IP. And this never, ever, ever bothers his followers. Ever.
But I think it needs to be said, IP said there's no such thing as circular typology. He means when it comes to the Bible. But when it comes to the Quran, if you read the Quran, as almost anybody reading it has noticed, when you look at the prophets, what they say and what happens to them and so forth, they all just look like Muhammad, right? In certain ways. Muhammad has, but there's nothing spectacular about this because Muhammad is the source for all these stories in the Quran. They're not stories that predated Muhammad. They're stories that come in the Quran, or at least in that form. They come in the Quran, right? On the other hand, if you look at the Bible, you look at a story like Abraham taking his only son and offering him as a sacrifice on Mount Moriah, which is where Jerusalem is eventually located and the temple is built. You have a father taking his only son. So the Hebrew word there is yachid, but the Greek term that's used to translate it, there's two possibilities. You could either use agapetos, which means beloved son, or monogenes, which means only begotten son. So you have a father taking his only begotten or beloved son up this mountain and offering him as a sacrifice. And then after they come back down the mountain, it says that Sarah dies and Abraham sends out Eliezer, which means God is my helper. He sends out the helper to get a bride for his son, his beloved son, Isaac. Sound like a familiar story? Right? That's the age-old story that Christians look to and are saved by, but obviously not in the sense of Abraham and Isaac, but in the sense of Jesus to whom it points. But that's before Jesus, right? All that comes before the New Testament. And it's not Christians making this story up and then saying, oh, look, wonderful connection here. But when you go to the Quran and you've got Abraham talking like a Muslim, talking like Muhammad and other people, these are all, Muhammad's cooking the books, right? He's the one putting stuff into the mouths of these guys. So if there's any typology there at all, it's because it was created by the guy who's claiming to be the fulfillment of it.
Yep. And Muhammad was accused massively over and over again of stealing stories and stuff like that. So can't put anything past him. But here we go.
clear prophecies that are detailed on multiple prophecies are not true prophecies, they are circular typologies. Okay? In contrast to that, we have clear prophecies that are detailed on multiple layers that give us the foreshadowing and the good news of the coming of the Prophet Muhammad.
Guys, you hear this? There are all kinds of messianic prophecies in the Old Testament. He said Jesus fulfills none of the messianic prophecies, but there are biblical, which would mean that Jesus is a false Messiah if he doesn't fulfill the prophecies. But there are biblical prophecies about Muhammad. Okay, Muhammad, who said that Jesus is the Messiah, who according to Libyano, didn't fulfill the Old Testament prophecies. This guy's nuts, man. I mean, seriously, like, how do you as Muslims not say? Did you just say Jesus didn't fulfill messianic prophecies? Dude, get out of here. Get out of here. You're done. You're done. You're done. If you're so desperate to attack Christianity that you'll say Jesus didn't fulfill messianic prophecies, you're not even a serious Muslim. That's like attacking the virgin birth or something like that, right? But if you were so desperate as a Muslim to attack Christianity that you would attack the virgin birth, not realizing that Islam affirms the virgin birth, like, why would anyone take you seriously? But Dawa's Dawah is so weak and pathetic right now. Muslims just don't care. They'll cling to anyone who claims to be humiliating the kuffar. But let's see what he's got.
He also, it should be mentioned again, he doesn't know how to use the terms. He's using prophecy, typology, foreshadowing. But if I recall correctly, he's about to go to Daniel 2. That's not what we refer to as a foreshadowing. You have direct predictions about things, and then you have types, that is, individuals and events that their lives or their assigned function serve as a pattern of something that's going to come in the future. So you have the type and the antitype. But it's not, I mean, it's prophetic in the sense that it is pointing to the future and to something that corresponds to it, but it's not like a direct prediction in the same sense as saying this is going to happen on X date in this way, right? It's a different kind of thing. So he doesn't know the terminology, even though he appears to be schooling hijab. Hijab's eating this up.
Yeah, oh,
I mean,
really?
either that or he's just lost in his eyes. And
Yes, I didn't
can't
know.
tell
I
he's
didn't
not
even
getting it.
know. I didn't even know that Jesus didn't fulfill messianic prophecies and therefore isn't the Messiah. Thank you. Thank you. No, Islam is false, powerful. Dawah is powerful. No.
And I've
Give us
spoken-
one of those. Just one.
Okay, so in Daniel, you know about the prophet Daniel. We have actually narrations in our literature about the prophet Daniel. The prophet Daniel, he gives a prophecy. The setting is there in Babylon. Babylonian exile. They were there for 70 years. And the king at the time was King Nebuchadnezzar. King Nebuchadnezzar has a dream, and he dreams of a statue. The statue is made of different elements. So the head is made of gold, the chest is made, and so on and so forth. 4 different elements. Now, he sees a rock smash that's cut without human hands, it says.
Where in Daniel is this, by the way?
This is Daniel chapter 2.
Okay.
I'm just looking at these guys. Looking at each
So he sees a rock come and smash the statue into pieces.
Look, he looks right at his mouth. When he
I don't know.
does he do that with everyone else? Like, does he always like
eyes
look
are
at
up
someone's
here.
mouth when he's talking to them, or is that just with hijab? I don't know. Anyway, sorry, dude, quit distracting me. Look at us, man. Look at us. You keep looking over at hijab, but you keep looking right at his mouth the entire time. It's weird and creepy, and we're trying to actually pay attention to what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay. Then this rock turns into a mountain and fills the whole earth. Now, King Nebuchadnezzar wants this dream interpreted.
Yes.
So he calls all the astrologers of Babylon, the wise men of Babylon, to interpret this dream. But King Nebuchadnezzar says, I'm not going to tell you my dream. You're going to tell me my dream and you're going to interpret it. So I know you're not bluffing. Right? So they say, no man can do this for you. Only the gods can do this for you. So then he sets that all the wise men and the astrologers of Babylon will be executed. He didn't like that.
All right.
So then Daniel steps up and he says, I will interpret this.
By
So
the way, look at this, guys. Jai pointed out hijab case. Listen to him.
be executed. He didn't like that.
All right.
So then Daniel steps up and he says, I will interpret this. So he prays to God.
Now hijab's looking at his mouth. He's going, It's weird, guys.
God
Stop
reveals
it.
interpretation.
So this interpretation is very important.
Right. So Daniel goes to the king, says, no man can do this for you,
Yes.
but God is doing this. The God of heavens is revealing this information for me. And I'm going to interpret this for you.
It's revelation.
So he tells him his dream.
Sure. What is the dream now?
I told you the dream about the statue.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
What's the interpretation?
Then he gives the interpretation. He says, there are 4 kingdoms.
Yeah.
You are the first kingdom.
Yes.
Tell me
What'd you say,
again.
Anthony?
I said that was 5 seconds ago. Tell me again.
Yeah. What was it? Yes. Where was this? What book? What book was this?
What are you talking about? Wait, what are we doing?
Yeah, it seemed like
So
he
Bob-
was not tracking well.
It's like he
Yeah,
was.
later-
It's like he was distracted by something. It's like he was distracted
Later-
by those duck lips, man.
Later in this, hijab is like, yeah, like the prophecy of Muhammad in Isaiah 41. Like,
Yeah,
dude,
yeah.
no, you don't need, no,
Yeah, what prophecy in Isaiah 41 that must
it's
have
like, dude,
Oh, dude.
not even using the right chapter they tried.
Yeah, I can't even get the chapter right. My goodness. All right, here we go. Wait, what is this? What is this? Are you serious? Jesus preached
Oh,
paraclete.
God.
You can't deny it.
This is
What-
the dumbest. This is
What can't we deny? Thaifan Manshura channel. What can't we deny? Eh?
yeah. Muhammad's the paraclete, don't you see?
We got to let this person say. Oh boy! All right, I'll keep my eyes out. We'll play some more of this. Hey, Thaifa Manshura channel. What can we not deny? That Jesus preached the paraclete? Yes, he preached that he and the Father would together send the paraclete. Now, what's your point? We won't deny that. But go ahead and break it down for us.
Babylon is the first kingdom.
Babylon. Yeah.
After you, there will be a kingdom after you.
Yes.
In Daniel, this kingdom is identified as the Persian kingdom that came and destroyed Babylon, Cyrus.
Sure. Yeah.
Then he says there will be a third kingdom, and this is
Romans?
identified, no, not yet, as Greece, Macedonian Greece, Alexander the Great.
Sure. Yeah.
Then he says after that, so these are successive kingdoms, one after the other.
Of course. Yeah.
World powers, one after the
1 second. Someone needs attention here. Someone needs attention. Here we go. So I asked what he means. He goes, paraclete Greek mean praised. No, paraclete
No, it
Greek
doesn't.
mean praised.
No, it doesn't.
Does that sound right,
It
Anthony?
means
Yeah, advocate,
means advocate.
helper.
Yeah, there's no text, and we've looked. There's no ancient Greek text in any form of Greek where paraclete ever meant praised. So he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, Thyphon Manshura channel. Paraclete does not mean praised in Greek. So why are you lying? And to be fair, I don't think you're deliberately lying. You're just going with the Dawa script. Okay, we're telling you factually, paraclete does not mean praised, which means that the people you got this from are lying. And yet, I happen to know from experience that this won't bother you at all. It won't bother you at all that you were lied to and you're passing on lies. Look at this. Paraclete equals praise equals Ahmed. No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? That is a lie. Okay, look, if you're just gonna do this, then I can say, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu means Jesus is, and Akbar means Lord. So you guys keep saying Jesus is Lord. Is that what we're gonna do? We're just gonna say words mean things that they don't mean? Is that fine?
Mm-hmm.
You guys say Allahu Akbar? Yeah, that means Jesus is Lord. See, because I just said it. Now, what's the problem with me saying that? Well, what I'm saying does not correspond to reality. What I'm saying is false. That's not what Allahu Akbar means, right? So why do you get to spout complete idiotic nonsense, made up nonsense made by lying dawa clowns, and it doesn't bother you? You could literally do 2 minutes of research to find out this is completely false, and you won't do it. And if you were to do it and someone were to show you right in front of your face, break out all the lexicons and so on, you wouldn't care. What is this religion? Anyway, stop posting this stupid nonsense. Either bring something meaningful or just shut your pie hole, because it's old. He just says paraclete equals praise equals Ahmed. You just denied it. Yeah, and now I just told you quit. But either give some actual evidence, or you're banned. So there you go. Bye, bud.
There's no evidence of it. It's just pure nonsense.
Yeah, it's
I had an
false.
expert in Greek on my channel going through this. Yeah.
All right, let's go. Now let's go back.
No, not yet, as Greece, Macedonian Greece, Alexander the Great.
Sure. Yeah.
Then he says after that, so these are successive kingdoms, one after the other.
Of course. Yeah.
World powers.
Wait, Dual Carnane? Was it a prophecy about Dual Carnane, Alexander the Great finding the place where the sun sets? Is that it? Hang on, let me back up. I'm talking about Alexander the Great, guys. All right, here we go.
Babylon, Cyrus.
Sure. Yeah.
Then he says there will be a third kingdom, and this is
Romans?
identified, no, not yet, as Greece, Macedonian Greece, Alexander the Great.
Sure. Yeah.
Then he says after that, so these are successive kingdoms, one after the other.
Of course. Yeah.
World powers, one after the other.
Yes.
Then he says after that, there will be a fourth kingdom, the scariest of them all. And you guessed it, which one is that?
Romans.
The Roman Empire.
Yeah.
Then he says the Roman Empire will be divided.
We divided.
Will be
Which
divided.
It was actually.
Exactly.
East and
East
West.
and West, right? He says, after that, in the time of those kings, so during the Roman Empire,
Yes.
the God of heavens will set up a kingdom that shall never be destroyed and will never be inherited by another people. It will crush the Roman Empire and bring it to an end.
Well, there's only one empire that did that.
And which empire
There's only
came
one.
after the division of Rome
Well, in 1453, it
and
was the
ended
Ottomans.
Rome? Is the Ottomans. As a matter of fact,
That's
we
a
have
historical fact.
it's a historical fact. You can't deny. As a matter of fact, we have Christian chroniclers, Syriac chroniclers like the Khuzestan Chronicle, the Maronite Chronicle, like the Ad 634 Chronicle. These chronicles are within 5 to 10 to 20 years after the prophet.
The heck are you grinning for?
He just said the Ottomans ended the Roman Empire. Then he said, we even have Christians admitting this. And he cited Christians from like the 600s, 700s. Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like you're getting the timeline wrong, man.
Or Allah just made it seem like he got the timeline wrong.
Oh God, it's so bad.
It's pretty terrible, pretty terrible. But maybe it's going to get better. Let's see.
Died. These are not Muslims writing. These are Christians writing.
Yes.
And they attest that at their time, God set up the kingdom of Ishmael, which took over the world. So the Christians of the 7th century attest that the kingdom that came after Rome and destroyed Rome and became a mountain and filled the whole earth.
Do you hear this? He said the Christians of the 7th century said this.
First of all, so like that are they scripture now? Are they the authority on this? Are they prophets speaking for Allah?
Well, first of all, what is he even talking about? He's saying these Christians said that Islam is the fulfillment because it conquered it conquered Rome with the Ottoman Empire like centuries later. Were these Christians prophets looking into the future and they saw it, and then I don't even know what the heck I can't even track what the heck he's talking about.
No,
Anyway.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
All right.
Attest that the kingdom that came after Rome and destroyed Rome and became a mountain and filled the whole earth was the Muslim Empire.
Wow. So when you've presented this to your interlocutors in the debate, how did they respond? Did they have any good
let's
insight?
pause there for just
Wait,
a minute.
he
Let's
presented
just-
all that to you? What
No,
was it?
oh God, this was like the only case he tried to argue in a debate titled "Is Muhammad in the Bible?" And if you notice, Daniel 2 doesn't predict a future prophet. The debate isn't does the Bible predict Islam? The debate was, is Muhammad in the Bible? He went to a passage that you can't even use to argue, that they don't even use to argue for Muhammad. They just try to argue it's predicting the Islamic kingdom. So it's just kind of ridiculous. But there are 5 problems with his argument.
Oh, hang
The
on,
first
hang
one
on,
is
hang on,
pretty
hang on,
clear.
hang on. Yeah, along the lines of what you're saying. So suppose we agreed somehow that now I think the passage is obviously messianic, but he doesn't believe that Jesus is the Messiah. Apparently, he must believe that Muhammad is the Messiah, even though Muhammad said that Jesus is the Messiah. But anyway, we'll let all that slide. But so suppose we agreed that the 4th kingdom is the kingdom of Islam. What would that have to do with Muhammad being a prophet, right? Does that make Alexander the Great a prophet? Oh, wait, they believe he was. The Quran says he was a prophet. That means Cyrus is a prophet? What does that mean these guys are prophets because they had kingdoms that are being prophesied? Is it? I don't know. Am I missing something?
It doesn't
here?
follow at all.
Yeah. All right, go
It
ahead.
doesn't follow. But there are 5 problems what he's saying. The first one is like this would not be any fulfillment of like Surah 7:157 because again,
Torah and Gospel.
that did not occur in Muhammad's time. So he's preaching that, saying you can find a description of me in there. He obviously would not have been pointing to Daniel 2 because there was no Islamic kingdom.
Oh
yet.
yeah.
So,
Hey, pause on that. I want everyone to absorb this point. You have to think about this stuff, guys, when you say, okay, where's Muhammad in the Bible? Where are the prophecies that Muhammad was talking about being about him in the Bible that Jews and Christians were supposed to know about and so on? So one issue, which I just kind of brought up, but Mike was going in a different direction with it. The Quran says we find Muhammad mentioned in the Torah and the Gospel. The Torah and the Gospel, not in the later prophets and so on. So you have to have like some expanded definition where Torah here is referring to the entire Old Testament or something like that, which is interesting because as soon as they grant that, you have a much better case for saying that Injil refers to the entire New Testament, right? Torah is given to Moses, right? But they're quoting Daniel as the Torah. Okay, well, great. Then if the Injil is the gospel is the gospel, well, why can't it include the writings of Paul, right? Why can't it? It's your definition, guys. It's your definition. So anyway, Like, you don't have the Quran saying, oh, Muhammad's in the book of Daniel. Would have been pretty easy to say for Allah. Oh, yeah, Muhammad is going to fulfill what's in Daniel. But he seems to have, like, no clue. He doesn't seem to be able to quote our sources accurately very much. But anyway, so IP's pointing out that even if you just grant, okay, anywhere in the Bible that you can find a prophecy, go for it. That can't possibly be what Muhammad was using with the Jews and Christians to show them. He couldn't have possibly been referring to that. Why? Well, even according to the Muslims, this happened long after Muhammad. So that couldn't have been evidence for the Jews and Christians of his time. So what are the prophecies of that time? What are the prophecies? Like, apparently Libyano doesn't think they're very good, or he would have went to one of them. He would have went to one of the ones that Muhammad may have actually been using, when in reality, we have no idea what he's using because he doesn't tell us. We're just supposed to find it somewhere. Anyway, sorry, go on. So that was your first point.
Yeah. The other point is that, again, his supposedly best argument for Islam is to treat our Bible as if it's authoritative. Just think about that. So the prophecies the Bible gives are theologically indexed. They come with the theology the Bible teaches: a multi-personal God, death, resurrection, atonement of Jesus Christ. The actual history laid out in the Bible contradicts the history we see in Islam in multiple places. So he's using this as authoritative. So why does he get to pick and choose the parts of our Bible that are authoritative but are not? So if this is an accurate prophecy, why is the theology of Daniel not also accurate as well, where it talks about the two powers in heaven in Daniel 7, for example, which again, scholars do agree is a divine figure. Even, like many of the critical scholars will say that. So you have that issue as well. So again, this is something I brought up. It's called the biblical prophet dilemma. If the Bible doesn't predict a future prophet, Islam is false because Islam says they will. But if the Bible does predict a future Gentile prophet, Islam is still false because whoever that prophet has to be in line with what the Bible teaches, the theology of the Bible. Muhammad blatantly contradicted that in so many ways. Therefore, he could never fulfill any of the prophecies because he contradicts our theology in so many ways and the history. From that, Islam is false because if the Bible doesn't predict a future Gentile prophet, Islam is false because Quran claims that it does and it's Muhammad. But if the Bible does, it could not be Muhammad because Muhammad only fits the description of a false prophet in our Bible. So either way, Islam is false. He hasn't solved that. And you can't because you're just cherry picking. And again, the only way out of this is to commit circular reasoning. You use the Quran to know which parts of the Bible are true. Then you use those parts to predict the coming of Islam. So that's the second problem right there. That doesn't work. The next problem is the fact that he...
One second. Wanted hey, Abdullah Siddiqui, so much Christian bias here. What do you mean?
Oh.
So... Libyano, to show that the Bible prophesies Muhammad, goes to Daniel. We pointed out that the Quran doesn't even say that Muhammad's prophesied in Daniel, just says he's prophesied in the Torah and the Gospel. So is that Christian bias for me to point out that the Quran says Torah and doesn't mention Daniel? So that's one question. And then apart from that, is it Christian bias to point out that even if we were to grant that the prophecy in Daniel, prophecy about a coming kingdom, was about Islam, one, what would that have to do with Muhammad being a prophet? I mean, the kingdom of Alexander the Great was prophesied. Doesn't mean Alexander the Great's a prophet, except in the Quran he is. But in addition to that, that couldn't possibly have been what Muhammad is saying to the Jews and Christians when he says, yes, you're reading about me in the Torah and the Gospel. He couldn't have been talking about something that wouldn't have happened for centuries later. He couldn't have been talking about that. And therefore, what was he actually using? Libyano obviously doesn't think it's important enough to go to one of these other ones, so he goes to Daniel. So why? Anyway, so what do you mean? What's the Christian bias? What's the Christian bias? All right, Abdullah has responded. Let's see. He says, it doesn't have to, bro. We believe there are hundreds of thousands of mesnigers. God just used the best examples or appropriate for the trials of Muhammad. What?
Yeah.
I wonder if he's...
Okay. All right. Sorry, IP.
Yeah.
Sorry, just one.
Yeah.
Sometimes I think someone might, might be able to understand what's going on and interact and stuff like that, and then you get incoherent responses. So, all right, sorry, back to you.
Yeah. The next thing is that he lied about what the passage says. It doesn't say the stone comes after the fourth kingdom divides. That's nowhere in Daniel. It just says it shall be a divided kingdom. So,
By the way,
doesn't say the kingdom is going to divide and then the stone is going to come. They have added that to the text because they need it to say what they want. But go ahead. What were you going to say? And then I have some quotes
I was
to
just
show
going to
that.
throw in, because you mentioned the word divide. The term divide doesn't per se entail Eastern and Western, like it's a division straight down the middle or something like that, and it has two parts to it. The term divide, this is the Aramaic portion of Daniel, but it's cognate to the term used back in Genesis 10, when you've got the table of nations there. It's referring to the Babel incident, and it refers to Peleg, because in his days the earth was divided. It doesn't mean into two different groups. It's saying all the peoples there are being dispersed in all sorts of directions, and their languages are being confused. So what it's saying in Daniel, unless you bring forward something more, you're not going to get it just by this word, is simply that this kingdom is not a pure mixture, as it were. It's got elements of stability and elements of instability in it. You can't
that's what
by
I was going to say. That's what verse 43 is saying. It's like it's talking about the iron and the clay not being able to mix, like they're trying to mix together in marriages. It's like internal issues, not this splits into 2 feet. That's not what it says.
Yeah. So I didn't want to hold up your flow there. I just thought chiming in on that little word was a...
Yeah, but I mean, if you read like the other thing to keep in mind, I mean, scholars have pointed this out, like Dale Ralph Davis in The Message of Daniel, His Kingdom Cannot Fail, that it basically just says, all Daniel says is that the stone comes in the days of the kings of the fourth kingdom. So anytime during the fourth kingdom, the stone is going to come, is what he's saying. But Aubrey Buster and John Walton go one step further in their recent commentary on Daniel. They say it is unclear whether those kings refers to the immediately preceding kingdom made up of the mixed terracotta and iron, in which case it is surprising that the text switches from a singular kingdom to a plural descriptor, those kings, or whether it's referring to the entire collective of the human kingdoms embodied in the statue. So what they're saying is that Daniel could be saying the stone could come anytime during the days of the kings mentioned in the statue. And this actually has support, because if you go to Daniel 7:17, it refers to the kingdoms, the 4 beasts, as just simply kings. So Daniel seems to go back and forth between kingdoms and kings. So it could very well be the case that Daniel could be saying the stone comes anytime during the kings that follow Nebuchadnezzar. Now, I tend to not take that view. I tend to agree that it's just referring to the kings of the fourth kingdom, because it never says after this kingdom divides, then a stone's going to come, as Muslims want to tell us it says. So again, they just blatantly lie about what Daniel says. And if we just go to Daniel again, what does he mean by divided kingdom? He says, as you saw the iron mix with soft clay, so they will mix with one another in marriage, but they will not hold together, just as iron does not mix with clay. This is referred to the mixing of marriages of some sort. So that's how it's sort of divided. It's not like they split into two distinct kingdoms, as Anthony was just saying. In fact, this is one of the main arguments that proponents that argue that it's not actually Rome use. A lot of critical scholars will say the statue refers to Babylon, the Medes, the Persians, then the Greeks, and then it splits. Alexander the Great kingdom splits into the Seleucids and the Ptolemies. And that's the bottom. And this is one of the things they use, because historically, the Ptolemies and the Seleucids did try to mix together in marriages to fix their kingdom. It didn't work. So you have that issue. They don't even bring that up. They never even deal with the critical scholar approach. It's kind of strange. But let's just grant this for the sake of argument here, that it is referring to Rome. Again, it doesn't refer to a divided kingdom. And even if that is, Daniel doesn't say the stone comes after this kingdom divides into 2 distinct groups. So again, they're just lying about what Daniel says. But remember, this is their best argument, guys. This is their best argument. It's insane how bad it is. Like, you're just making things up about what it says to try to argue for Islam. You're not even going on what the text says. You're not doing a proper exegesis of the text. So that was point 3. Point 4 is that Daniel says this kingdom will be olam, which we commonly translate as forever. Now, when you point that out to them, Muslims will go through the Old Testament and they'll point to places olam cannot mean forever. I agree. It doesn't mean forever because I've read scholarship on this, like Sacha Stern's book here. This is called Time and Process in Ancient Judaism. He points out the word olam doesn't mean forever. It's best understood as meaning permanent. Now, that's important because you'll see places in the Torah where you're given laws that are said to be olam, which we translate as forever, but they're not actually forever because they go away when the Mosaic covenant goes away. If you understand that olam means permanent, well, then they're just permanent stipulations of the Mosaic covenant. There are permanent stipulations given in some of God's punishments he doles out. Likewise, what you're seeing in Daniel 2 is God is setting up a permanent kingdom, but there's no stipulations about this that could say it could ever go away. So therefore, when the stone comes, it sets up a permanent kingdom that is supposed to be there everlasting, basically, forever, because it's a permanent, unstipulated kingdom. So you can infer that, therefore, it's going to be there forever. But they admit the caliphate isn't there. The Islamic kingdom is gone. So by their own logic, the Islamic kingdom cannot be this forever kingdom. So problem right there. It says it's going to be a permanent kingdom. The caliphate is gone. It's obviously not permanent. It's in the dustbin of history. Therefore, Islam cannot fulfill Daniel 2. That alone is enough to debunk all of this. But we can even go further. If you want to play a little more, we'll talk about the Roman history and everything.
Well, I've got a 5th issue to add to what IP just said.
Oh yeah, I got a 5th issue too, but I'm saving it. But yeah, go ahead.
Oh, well, I assume you have 10 or 12, but
I got a lot.
I've got a 5th to add to what you just said. So this is how it ties in with what I was saying before about the angel of the Lord, the prince of the hosts of heaven, all that language in the Old Testament about a divine figure distinguished from another divine figure, recognized, although Libyano was ignorant of this, recognized by ancient Jews. So one of the interpretive principles that Jews used, and scholars today are almost, it's surprising. It's like they're catching up with this. This is another thing people are catching up with. But there was a exegetical principle that Jews used in the ancient period, continued into the medieval period. It hasn't gone away, although they ignore it when it comes to certain issues. But it's known as Gezerah Shoah. And basically, the phrase means equal category. And the idea is when you have two texts that have common words or phrases, and they're basically about the same thing, then you can assume that they're related to each other and so mutually informative. Now, there's a whole lot that goes into this that shows that you're not just being arbitrary and you're saying, oh, this verse relates to this verse. But for example, if you look in the Torah, at the beginning of the Torah, it speaks of the Spirit of God brooding over the surface of the waters. So remember, the earth is described as submerged in water. Then God speaks and the dry land emerges, among other things, right? There's a bunch of fiats, but the dry land emerges, the waters part, and then eventually God creates man. He puts him on the dry land. So you have something of, if you're an ancient Israelite, you're going to read this thinking, gosh, there's a lot there that reminds me of the Exodus, right? God opened the waters of the Red Sea, or the sea, and we passed over on dry ground and so forth. Well, when Moses refers back to the Exodus in Deuteronomy 32, he says that he's speaking of God, and he speaks of God brooding over the people of Israel. He uses the same term. It's only used in these two places. So at the beginning of the Torah and the end of the Torah, it's viewed as a inclusio around the work. And so ancient Jews would say, hey, this is telling us to think of the Exodus and the creation account as somehow linked and mutually informative. There's something that these two texts have in common. And there's a bunch of other words that are there that are only found in these two texts, right? So these terms by themselves are only used in Genesis 1 and Deuteronomy 32. But there's a whole cluster of terms that are used along with it. And so this was viewed by Jews as a indication these texts belong together. So here's why I'm bringing this up. So in Daniel 2, and Libyano keeps mentioning it, but doesn't seem to know the significance of it. It refers to Nebuchadnezzar looking. This is in 234 when Daniel's recounting the vision to Nebuchadnezzar, or the dream. He says, you continued looking until a stone, Eben, was cut out without hands. Okay, cut out without hands. So the word for stone is Eben. Now, hold on to that. Later, it goes on to talk about the stone, the Eben, striking the statue and becoming a great mountain. Latur Rav, the word for mountain in Hebrew is Tur. So here you have two words, rock or stone and mountain, Eben and Tur. Well, these terms have a well-established meaning and significance symbolically in the Old Testament. It's a running motif throughout the Old Testament. In fact, really quickly, just as a reminder to people, Daniel's a Hebrew prophet. He's reading the prophets in Daniel 9. You're explicitly told he's reading the books, and it even mentions by name Jeremiah. So he's familiar with these writings, and he's writing in this vein. Well, in the prior scriptures before Daniel, there's an already assigned meaning or significance to this imagery of a stone. I'll skip over some of these, but here's an example in Isaiah the prophet. So Isaiah is telling the people not to be alarmed at what everybody else is alarmed by. He says, it's the Lord of hosts whom you should fear and regard as holy. Him shall you fear, he shall be your dread. Then in verse 14, Isaiah 8, verse 14, it says, then he shall become a sanctuary, but a stone, Eben, of stumbling, and a rock. It uses the word Tur. So these are the two terms that Daniel uses for this thing that defeats the statue. He's saying Yahweh, the Lord, will become a sanctuary, that is for those who believe, but a stone of stumbling and a rock of offense to the two houses of Israel, as a trap and a snare to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. Now later in Isaiah, 20 chapters later, he does this again, but he adds a term. He says, therefore, thus says the Lord God, behold, I'm laying in Zion a stone, Eben, a tested stone, a precious cornerstone. So the added term here is cornerstone. So now you have stone, mountain, cornerstone. These terms are being linked here. They're creating a composite image, as it were, or a cluster of terms used to refer to what's behind this symbol. Here's another example. This is from Psalm 118. Now, Psalm 118 uses both of the terms that Isaiah uses. It says, the stone which the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. Every Christian recognizes this. Okay, now before moving on, let me just make a quick observation that was recognized by ancient Jews. The word for stone in Hebrew evokes the word for sun. It looks and sounds just like it. It's Even. The word for sun in Hebrew is Ben, right? So it's the same, it's almost identical. When you look at the Targum of Psalm 118, remember, these are Jewish paraphrases of the Old Testament. In Psalm 118, the way it paraphrases this verse where it says, the stone the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone, they translate it in Aramaic, the son the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. So they're hearing this resonance. Later in the Targum, it goes on to say, so in Psalm 118, it goes on to say, the Lord is God and he has given us light. Bind the festival sacrifice with cords to the horns of the altar. The Targum reads it, bind the sun as a sacrifice to the horns of the altar. So ancient Jews are recognizing that this language, either way, apart from this resonance of the term sun, the stone is explicitly identified in Isaiah 8 as the Lord himself. It says the Lord will become a sanctuary, a stone of stumbling, a rock of offense, and so forth. So it's the Lord God who is the stone. This also accounts for the language, by the way, of being cut out without hands. It's indicating something supernatural. This is not an earthly kingdom. It's not something earthly, political, and so forth. This is a spiritual kingdom, and there's a whole number of verses I could run through that show that. But well, actually, here's one, and this is why you'll see why this is tying in with what came before. So this is Daniel chapter 8, and he's talking about these kingdoms and their coming destruction. So he's talking about one of the kings coming out of this fourth kingdom, and it says, through his shrewdness, he will cause deceit to succeed by his influence, and he will magnify himself in his heart, and he will destroy many while they are at ease. He will even oppose the prince of princes, the Sarsarim, but he will be broken without hand. So the point is, this person's arrogance is so great that he's even going to oppose the prince of princes, the Sarsarim. Remember, we were just talking about this figure throughout the Old Testament. The prince, the captain of the Lord's host. That's in Joshua 5, it's the Sarsava Yahweh, the captain of the Lord's host. By the way, earlier in Daniel 8, he's actually called the prince of the host. So it's basically the equivalent of the phrase in Joshua 5 for the angel of the Lord, who's a divine person throughout the Old Testament. So the point is that this language is picking up on this earlier motif in the prophets, referring to the coming of God, or as it more specifically is the angel of the Lord, who's going to be destroy or put down all evil and ultimately save his people. But let me just tighten this up one little bit more. So Mark 12, people often think that when Jesus quotes something from the Old Testament, he's quoting something that pertains to whatever's going on, like whatever they're talking or arguing about. But what they often miss is that he's actually picking up something that's very much a reality at that very moment, meaning, there's a better way to put this, but the basic idea is in some of these texts, when Jesus cites a passage, it's because it was part of the liturgy that's being, that's taking place at the time. The Jews had set times for singing psalms and doing different things. So when you go to a text like Mark 12, everybody, this is a memorable parable if you've heard it. It talks about how a vineyard owner rents out this vineyard to a group of people. He sends his servants to them. They mistreat them and kill some of them. He sends waves of servants to them. But then he says, last of all, I will send my son, right? He says he has one left, and he'll send him. Then Jesus said, they mistreat the son, and he asks, what do you think the vineyard owner will do to them after he does this, or they do this to his son? And they say, oh, he'll tear them limb from limb, basically. And then Jesus says, now note this whole parable is about him sending the son and these people rejecting the son. Remember Psalm 118, the stone the builders rejected has become the capstone? Well, Jesus goes on to quote it immediately after that, the stone the builders rejected. By the way, there's also a play on words in Hebrew between stone and build. They sound the same. They both sound like the word son, or they're built on the same root, as it were. Anyways, the whole point is Jesus is using this psalm that they were singing at the time. This was always sung on great festal occasions, Passover, Pentecost, and so forth. This is a festal occasion. This was a song they would have been singing. So Jesus uses this psalm that they're singing to address them, and he ties it in with this idea of the son being rejected. Okay, but here's the last thing I want to say. I'll actually just make this quick. I'll let people just go look this up.
Really?
If you look at
timer, like 10 minutes. I'm going to make this quick.
I'm like Paul. Paul would always say he's going to end his epistle, and then he doesn't.
Yeah.
So I just want to direct people to Romans 9. At the end of Romans 9, Paul has a composite citation where he cites he splices them together, Isaiah 8 and Isaiah 28, and he explains them as referring to Jesus. If you look at 1 Peter 2, Peter cites Isaiah 8, Isaiah 28, and Psalm 118, basically saying they're all about, these are stone texts, so they're all linked to each other. So my point is that when Daniel talks about this stone cut out without hands, it's got a pre-established meaning in the Hebrew Scriptures. It's not referring to a caravan robber who made fun of blind men and took his best friend's 6-year-old prepubescent daughter so that there could be people that go into strip clubs in the evening while handing out Qurans during the day. It has nothing to do with anything like that. It's not even close to that. It's even incredibly blasphemous to even suggest that. So that's all I have to say.
Oh, that's all you have to say? That's all you
But
could come up with?
Mike has 5 more points. He's just being magnanimous.
Hey, why is Anthony so much taller than us on the camera? Hang on, just wanted to point out a couple. And we have someone who needs attention over here calling in. I'll let you all make your predictions as to who. But we had, I'm late. Did David address Orthodox Muslim asking for a discussion? I did not know he asked for a discussion. I just know that he posted a video. So he asked for discussion, eh? A discussion? That's weird, because we were supposed to debate, and he said, I'm boycotted. So what is it? Am I boycotted or not? And after he boycotted me, then he called God Logic's wife a whore and all this other stuff. So, well, I'm boycotted, and he's going around lying about people, calling people's wives whores and stuff. So I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm boycotted. And then Abdullah here says, David, you got to debate Orthodox Muslim next because he will sum all the ideas for you properly. I was supposed to debate Orthodox Muslim. Then he backed out and said, I'm boycotted. Am I no longer boycotted? I'd like to know. Are boycotts off? Has David responded to Libyano's discussion challenge? What is it? Discussion challenge or debate challenge? I don't even know. And I thought I was boycotted. What's going on here? And then Dina here says, Hijab wants Christians to start condemning you for respecting the Quran so much. Please release episode 2 of Quran Demolition Ranch as an apology to the Ummah. Wait, did Hijab say he wants Christians to start condemning me? Did he say that? For respecting the Quran? Wait, and this is what I'm boycotted for, right? This is what I'm boycotted for?
He was complaining about you ripping the Quran and how rude and disrespectful it is, and we don't talk to those kind of people.
Wait, when they're making videos calling people's wives whores and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's the thing. They never do anything wrong like that. No, they and how dare you disrespect our book? How dare you? How dare you? We've never done anything to you guys.
Yeah. Just to clarify, you Muslims who are watching, any woman on the planet is vastly more important to us than your stupid book. Any human being on the planet is vastly more important to us than your stupid book. So when you treat people like absolute garbage and talking about executing all the apostates and treating women the way you do and calling people's wives whores and stuff, that's way worse to us than disrespecting your book. So when you're like, oh my goodness, this is all fine for us, but how dare you disrespect the book that causes us to act like this? It's making no sense. Yeah, you make no sense. Anyway, we've got someone who needs attention here as usual. Oh, shocker. It's Issa. Shocker.
Hey, bros, how you doing?
Hey, Issa. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you.
Let's see. Take a few super chats real quick, and then we want to get to IP's point. By the way, IP, I know you don't stay up as late as some of the rest of us do. So if you know a time you got to cut out by, let me know so I can let you make your points before then and stuff like that. I'm going to jump on these super chats.
Yeah, I gotta take off soon. Yeah.
Okay. I'll take a couple super chats real quick, and then play a little more. You can make any final points you can add out. Let's see. Do Muslims reject God as a father because Muhammad made a rule that children could not be adopted as someone's son in Islam? No, it's kind of the other way around. He had father issues that kind of infected everything because he didn't have a father and lost every father figure. And I suggest reading Paul Vitz's book. Anthony's the one who put me onto that, about the impact that has on people. And one of the tragic outcomes is people end up with a serious problem with father figures. And you look at Muhammad, he had all kinds of problems with father figures. So yeah, they're all of this, having a problem with viewing God as a heavenly father, having a problem with orphans being adopted and so on. It's all connected to that issue. Eat pea, become pea. So when did chicken become Dawa's favorite food? Yeah, that probably explains why they're chickens and they run like chickens every time. He made a powerful case against cousin marriage. Oh, yeah, it is. That was in my, did he make a great case? Yeah, he made a great case against cousin marriage. Lol, bro, never read Isaiah. Probably never leared how to read. Yeah, that's true. Tovia thinks converting Jews is anti-Semitism. Yeah, he does. It's weird. Hijab looking like he gonna fake yawn and put his arm over Lesbiano. Yeah, that yawn. Oh, slick. I hate when people say white or put the emphasis on white when referring to white people. Can't people just say white like normal people? It's annoying. No, I'm not going to say white. We're going to say white. Brokeback Mountain, Backzoot Desert. Very rude and Islamophobic. Maybe if I watch the picture of the two of them look at each other long enough, I will start to believe in love again. You might if you just look long enough. Ironically enough, when he denies typology, he is taking Islam out of continuity with the previous prophets. Typology was used by the prophets. Yeah. If you're denying that, then guess what? You're not in line with the previous prophets, dummy. And then if Libyano can be an apologist for Islam, literally anyone can be, and anyone would be better than him. Yes, pretty much. Is naturalism less coherent than Islam because theism? They're incoherent in different ways. It's basically Islam could deal with the big issues like how do we get a universe and stuff like that. But let me put it this way. One has a bunch of negative ontological commitments. So naturalism is saying nothing supernatural exists, right? So it's a ton of negative ontological commitment, meaning you're committed to denying the reality of all kinds of things. Islam has a bunch of really stupid positive ontological commitments. It's saying all these things are true and all these things, and Alexander the Great found the place where the sun set, and it's all just complete nonsense. So it's kind of a weird situation there and kind of difficult to compare. All right, but let's check this out a little more because IP has to head out soon. So IP, just tell me when you want to stop and you can make your final points and stuff like that, and
Okay.
and then we'll continue and stuff. Here we go.
To this to inspiring philosophy.
The one with the pedophile accomplice.
Yes. And you know what he said?
Yes.
He said,
By the way, guys, did you just hear what Hijab said?
Yep, lying again.
Because keep in mind, we respect our book. He's talking about Than. He called Than, said he's got a pedophile complex. They were calling him gay earlier. Why? They took a picture of Than and his wife that he posted on his Discord server for weightlifters over 18. And they said, and then they took the picture, they photoshopped his wife out of it, and they said he's sharing this with boys. And then they call him a pedophile and gay. This is what you're dealing with here. These are the champions of Dawah, compulsive, chronic liars, and they treat people like that, and that's how they act, and that's how they behave, and then they tell us, oh, by the way, how dare you disrespect our book? Weird situation.
Oh, yeah. This is what I mean. They're constantly complaining. This is what Hijab was apparently whining about on a stream. You guys are disrespecting our book. Meanwhile, they're literally lying. Like, they're, as you said, compulsive liars. Like, that's a blatant lie. Everything they've said so far about Daniel and about my debate with Libyano has also been a lie. This is how bad they are. But yet, they're apparently on the side of truth. Serious question for Muslim. If you guys are on the side of truth, why do you have to lie so much? Like, it's not even about interpretation stuff. You're blatantly lying about what Daniel says. You're blatantly lying about what I said in the debate. You're blatantly lying about people. Like, it's insane.
And they don't care, and it's all justified. It's all justified. Muhammad said war is deceit, so you can't complain. All right, here we go.
Pedophile president as well.
well, he said the Ottomans the Muslims didn't destroy Rome because the Ottomans were Romans.
Ottomans?
Were Romans.
Really? He had to say this.
So
You just heard it, IP. You said Ottomans were Romans, just so you know.
See, this is, again, this is another lie Libyano tells because, again, he's a compulsive liar. No, I didn't say that. I said, and I was very clear, they claimed to be Romans, which is true. They did claim to be the new Roman Empire. They claimed to be a continuation of it. They claimed that they were now Caesars and they were now the Roman Empire. This is not even disputed among historians. Libyano, because he's a compulsive liar, can't have that because it starts to poke holes in his whole case. So he just twists it to say that I said, not in the Zut sense, of course, but he twists it to say that I said the Ottomans were Romans. He knows in the same debate, I said the Roman Empire ended in 1204. If I believe the Roman Empire ended in 1204, how could I say the Ottomans were Romans? So you see how he lies constantly?
So let me see if I get the idea correct. You're saying the Roman Empire ended in 1204, and therefore, if you're going to claim that it continued after that, just because other people claim to be the continuation of the Roman Empire. Well, so did the Ottomans, and therefore, where are you going to draw the line? You can't. Something along those lines?
Exactly. Yeah, you said it perfectly. Yeah, exactly. So we can get to that. So again, their big argument here is that Islam is the stone from heaven that ends the fourth kingdom. And who ended the fourth kingdom? According to them, it's the Ottomans, because 1453 they took Constantinople away from the Byzantines.
Yeah,
so they're like,
the Ottoman Empire collapsed and was defeated in World War II. World War I thought it was going to last forever, man. You already brought that up, but you got to keep emphasizing this.
So that's their big argument. I guess we can play a little bit more, and then I'll respond again. Yeah.
All right. Here we go.
Basically, that is the most pathetic thing I've heard.
So basically, he said because the Ottomans said, or the
notice, guys, Hijab is reacting to Libyano's straw man of IP. It says that's the most pathetic thing ever. Yeah, because it's a straw man, dude. Anyway, I backed up a little.
He had to say this.
So he basically
that is the most pathetic thing I've heard.
So basically, he said because the Ottomans said, or the Mehmed the Conqueror.
It can't be. He said that.
Well, he said Mehmed the Conqueror said, "I'm the new Caesar."
He said this.
I'm the Caesar of Rome, right?
Oh, this is all
right. So then because he said I'm the Caesar of Rome, that makes him a Roman, and that means that the destruction of Rome was just a continuation of the Roman Empire.
He couldn't have said that.
Oh, he did.
And his people believe this?
Yes. So can you believe this?
I don't think his people believe this.
No, they believe it. So this is his best argument against. And his other argument was, well, I am not convinced that the Muslims ended Rome. And by what measure does an empire end, basically? So he's saying... what measure does an empire end?
Is this a better prophecy than the Isaiah 41?
In my opinion, yeah.
What's the Isaiah 41 prophecy that these guys are talking about?
I don't know.
we should grant it to them. It's better than that. Neither are good, and 41 doesn't even exist as such as a prophecy.
Show us this awesome prophecy from Isaiah 41, Hijab. I bet you could pick a verse at random and it'll be better than Libyano's case from Daniel too.
Is it? Because both of them are good.
Both of them are good, but in my opinion, this is historically demonstrable. There's no doubt about it. There's four kingdoms, four super...
Oh yeah, just let him finish the sentence and then you can stop it.
World empire that will come.
Yes.
Rome will be the fourth one. After Rome... the kingdom of God will come and will destroy Rome.
Just as mentioned in a book called Abraham Fulfilled.
Yes.
Actually published by Sapiens.
Yes.
A powerful book. A powerful book.
Again, oh God, this is so dumb. Okay, so when historians say the Roman Empire... So when historians say the Roman Empire ended in 1453, you got to actually look further and see why they're saying that. That's a very arbitrary date set, okay? It's not objectively true. It's set because historians like to categorize things. Right after this is the start of the Italian Renaissance. So like they say medieval period, end of Roman Empire, Renaissance, then the Enlightenment, modern era. You get it. So they like to categorize things. If you press them, why are you saying that? They'll say it's just useful for our categorization. There is no good objective metric you can use to say that the Ottomans actually ended the Roman Empire. Because if you do that, any metric you bring up, you will accidentally admit the Roman Empire ended before that or it ended after. And that's why I kept bringing up the fact that the Ottomans claim to be Romans. Because if the Byzantines were Romans, even though they were not ethnically Roman, they did not speak Latin, they were not even ruling over Rome, the traditional land in Italy, if they get to be Romans... to completely distinct different people, then why not the Ottomans by that same logic? The best date to say the Roman Empire ended is in 1204. Now, what happens in 1204? This is when crusaders coming from the West, Latin crusaders come in, and instead of continuing on to Jerusalem, they decide, we're just going to take over Constantinople, and we're going to set up our own empire. So they come in, they destroy the aristocrats, their rule. They set up their own way to rule. They basically collapse the Roman Empire into rump states. You have the Despotate of Epirus, you have the Empire of Trebizond, you have the Empire of Nicaea, and even Constantine Lascaris, who began reigning over the Empire of Nicaea, admits that this is the end of the Roman Empire at that point. Now, later on, a few years later, the Romans come back and they say, oh, no, we're going to continue. We're reforming the Roman Empire. We're going to continue it on. But it never had that former glory, but you have that breaking point right there. Right there, the Roman Empire ends. You have the Latin Empire, Despotate of Epirus, Empire of Trebizond, and the Empire of Nicaea. So you have these 4 distinct states. So there's a historian, Edward Grant, has pointed out this is the best date to point for the end of the Roman Empire, because you have a consecutive line of Roman emperors going back from, I guess you would say, Augustus up to this point. At that point, you have no Roman Empire. You have a distinct break. And after that, you really just have rump states. Now, they claimed when they got Constantinople back that they were, now the Roman Empire were continuing on. But you already had that break. And you never had the former glory. You had that cutoff point. That's the most objective way you can say the Roman Empire ended. I think he's right. All right. So then, if the people after that get to claim to be the Roman Empire, then so do the Ottomans. Because again, it's the same issues are coming up. The Byzantines were not Roman. They spoke Greek. They were basically like Thracian, Greek. They were ethnically not even Latin or Roman. They didn't speak Latin. So you have that problem. The Ottomans come in. The Ottomans don't claim to end the Roman Empire. It's very weird if Islam ended the Roman Empire. Why are the Ottomans not claiming that they're fulfilling Daniel 2, guys? This is huge. We did it. No, the Ottomans were like, now we are the Roman Empire. They didn't change the name. This is a big myth. Istanbul was not called Istanbul by the Ottomans. They called it Constantinople. It wasn't until the secular Turkish government changed the name in like the 1930s, I believe, to Istanbul. So they claim to be ruling over Constantinople. They claim to be the new Caesars of Rome. They claim to be the Romans. In fact, even some Western writers refer to them as the Romans. The Ottomans would not even call the Holy Roman Empire the Holy Roman Emperor, the Roman Emperor, because they were the Roman emperors. So they would just call him like this Spanish king or this German prince, because they were so offended that someone else could claim to be the Roman Empire. So what the Muslims will do then, and they'll go, okay, I'll grant you the 1204 date, the Roman Empire collapses and breaks apart. But guys, it comes back, and they claim to be the Romans, and they get Constantinople back from the Latin Crusaders. This is true. So then you just got to say, well, okay, if the Roman Empire can break up and reform again, then guess what happened? That's what happened in the West. The Western Roman Empire collapsed into states, and then it reforms under the Holy Roman Empire. Now, that's an important point, because what did Daniel 2 say? Daniel 2 says in verse 43, it says, as you saw iron mixed with soft clay, so they will mix with one another in marriage, but it will not hold together, just as iron does not mix with clay. If you go to the book Abraham Fulfilled, they argue that's actually happening when they were trying to merge the Holy Roman Empire with the Eastern Roman Empire under Charlemagne. So they're kind of admitting the Western Roman Empire is still there, if it's going to fulfill the Daniel chapter 2. But that means the Holy Roman Empire continued on. The Ottomans never took that part over. So when does the Holy Roman Empire end? 1806, when Napoleon destroys it. So that's really, if you're going to use those same standards, you have to say then that the actual end of the Roman Empire is in 1806. Or if you're going to accept the Ottomans are Romans, which I don't, again, I think it ends in 1204. I think that's the best date. You have to say it ends in 1924 with the abolishment of the caliphate. So is the secular Turkish government now the stone that Allah throws from heaven and he wants to abolish the caliphate? I don't think any Muslim's going to want to take that route. So these are the problems. Any metric you use to say the Roman Empire ended in 1453, guess what? You accidentally admit it ended after or before, because you're going to say, well, the Ottomans came in and took over. Well, that happened in 1204 with the Latin Crusaders. In fact, they abolished all of the Byzantine administrative structures and set up their own Norman style of rule. The Ottomans didn't even do that. They adopted a lot of it because they thought they were the Romans. So yeah, you have all these issues. So you can't actually say Islam ever ended the Roman Empire, especially if it ended in 1204. That now makes it the Latin Crusaders that ended it. If you're going to say that, so any metric you can use for the 1453, you're going to accidentally admit the Roman Empire continued on or ended in 1204. You can't get around this. Therefore, Islam cannot fulfill Daniel 2 because according to their own understanding, and I don't even agree with this, they didn't end the Roman Empire. And there's no objective metric you can use to show that. Case closed. You can't use that prophecy.
And, on that issue of the Ottoman Empire, continuing for centuries and then being defeated in World War I when Western nations basically went in after World War I. The Ottoman Empire collapsed, the Ottoman Caliphate collapsed, and Western nations went in there and just divided it up however they wanted, right? We'll make this, we'll take this, we'll make this country, we'll make this country, we'll make this country. Hey, here's Israel. Let's have Israel right there. Seemed like they were completely in charge of the Ottoman Empire and divided it up as they see fit. And yet the prophecy was about a kingdom that would never end. Well, wait a minute. The Ottoman Empire, if that's the kingdom, then it was crushed and defeated and broken up. And so they would have to say, well, even though that kingdom was broken up and so on, it kind of continued in various parts and stuff like that. Well, if that's your definition, then the Roman Empire is still here if it gets broken up and it still exists as countries and nations and stuff like that. Right? Guys, if a kingdom can conquer Rome as they're claiming, and this kingdom will never end, but that kingdom gets defeated and broken up by other powers, and you say, well, it's still the same, it's still that kingdom that will never be destroyed. It's still the kingdom that will never be destroyed, even if it's like now it's just broken up into a bunch of separate countries and stuff like that. They're all really weak compared to Western nations and so on. If that still counts as that never-ending kingdom, then the Roman Empire can count as a never-ending kingdom according to that, right? It's still here. You still have a bunch of countries, and so it was broken up, and now it's a bunch of countries. So you can't just pick and choose like your definitions and your criteria along the way, and then contradict them in every other way. But that's what you have to do for dawah. You have to say, here's the rule. Oh, okay, well that rule would defeat you over here. No. Over there, it's a completely different rule. Well, okay, if that's the rule, then why don't you apply it over here? No, we don't apply that over here. And it's just like, guys, this is a joke, man. It's a pathetic joke.
The other thing is when I cited Edward Grant, Dean Responds lost his mind on Twitter. He was like, "You're citing a fringe scholar." I'm like, "Oh, okay. Oh, that's a problem. We can't cite fringe scholars." Guess what? You just threw out the entire Islamic case for Muhammad in the Bible because your entire view is thoroughly fringe. Like no scholar takes this view. So they try to bring that up, which again just shows you the double standard. But the final thing I want to point out is to build on what Anthony was saying earlier. The kingdom of God is not an earthly kingdom like the prior kingdoms.
Yep.
If that was the case, it would just be another layer in the statue. The whole point is that this kingdom is supposed to be entirely different. So Aubrey Buster and John Walton say in their commentary on Daniel, they say, as scholars identify, the text represents a conundrum. If each successive kingdom has replaced the previous kingdom, how can the kingdom of God destroy them all? Furthermore, why does each successive kingdom not destroy the preceding layer? The kingdom of God will not only destroy the final human world kingdom, whatever that kingdom will be, but will end the phenomenon of empire. So it's not supposed to be like another kingdom. We know what that looks like in the statue. When the Greece destroys the Medo-Persian Empire, it just becomes another layer in the statue. But the stone does something entirely different. The Islamic Caliphate was just another layer. It doesn't actually destroy the phenomenon of empire. So N.T. Wright says in his commentary on Matthew, the whole tottering structure of empires of the world would come down with a crash. The stone itself would grow to become a mountain, a new sort of kingdom ruling the whole world in a new sort of way. It's a spiritual kingdom. It starts with heaven, comes to earth, and then it creates something different from the phenomenon of empires we had prior. Well, that matches the kingdom of Christ. Okay, the really cool thing that I've explored on my channel is I've done all these great videos about how Christianity has radically changed the world by like ending slavery, creating human rights. I want to do another video about how Christianity was actually crucial in spreading and building democracy. It has fundamentally been changing the way we even view the world in terms of government. It is ending the phenomenon of empire. This is what I think you can build on this from what Paul is talking about in 1 Corinthians 15. Christ must reign until all enemies are under his feet. Well, one of the ways is that fundamentally changing the way we view government, politics, and the structure, we're moving towards parliaments, democracies, constitutional republics, and away from the phenomenon of empire. That's what Christianity is currently doing and still doing a great job of it. So Christianity actually far better matches what the stone does. It grows to fill the whole earth. It changes the way we view reality. It ends the phenomenon of empires, this one great empire replacing the next, because that's what we see happens. So in reality, Christianity fulfills Daniel 2 far better. It's an eternal, permanent kingdom. It's still here. It's a different kind of kingdom, a spiritual kingdom, and it ends the phenomenon of empire. It's a far better explanation of what's going on in Daniel 2 than the crap you're going to get from the Muslims trying to claim that, yeah, Islam that wasn't an actual permanent kingdom, was just another empire. So it should have been a layer in the stone, but it was not. It should have been a layer in the statue, but it wasn't. The way they interpret Daniel 2 is incredibly ad hoc. They twist it to make it fit to say what they want.
That's how they interpret everything.
Exactly. Christianity far better fits all this stuff.
Yeah, guys, so that right there about Christianity, remember Jesus saying his kingdom is not of this world, my kingdom is not of this world. If it were, then my followers would be fighting just like anyone else, right? But they weren't, because his kingdom is not of this realm. And what was the prophecy? A stone cut out, but not with human hands. It's something else. It's something else. Islam comes out and conquers just like everything else in the world. How did Christianity take over the Roman Empire? Not by going and fighting and subjugating it, right? Anyway, and yeah. By the way, it's the kingdom of God is still spreading, guys. Jesus came preaching the kingdom of God, and you're saying no. That's not what that prophecy is about. Okay, well, you just sound pathetic.
Just to recap, the easiest way to debunk this is just to show that the Islamic kingdom wasn't a permanent kingdom. Daniel 2 says it's an olam kingdom, unstipulated. Therefore, since the caliphate ended, it's over. If they really want to press the 1453 date, press them and try to make them give you an objective metric on how they know that that's the end date of the Roman Empire. Because any metric they use will show that it ended after or prior. Like no one in 1453 thought the Roman Empire was over. Like they didn't. Because everyone in the West was like, what are you talking about? The Holy Roman Empire is still there. And in the East, the Ottomans were like, yeah, we are the Roman Empire now. And then the Russians even claimed they were the Roman Empire. So, I mean, there's so much history they just don't know about. When I brought this up to them, it's like they had heard it for the first time. So, and then there's three easy ways to debunk this. You use olam forever, show it means permanent. Show them that the Muslims didn't actually end the Roman Empire because the history is far more complex than they know. Or you show that Daniel 2 is not talking about another kingdom. It's talking about a spiritual kingdom.
Yep, I have to say, Libyano, case from Daniel 2 is looking pretty sad, especially when you combine all the history with the scriptural exegesis that Anthony was pointing out.
Yep.
Your case sucks,
Good
man.
stuff.
If that's your go-to, if someone can ask you, hey, what's your evidence for Islam, and that's where you go, my goodness. And by the way, the real reason they go there is just because, they went to Deuteronomy 18 and enough people finally caught on to that to just destroy it. John 14, enough people finally learned how to respond to that and stuff. And then it's Song of Solomon 5:16, Isaiah 42. They keep looking around. They're looking around for stuff people aren't familiar with and don't know how to respond to. And guess what? 2 years from now, they'll be using completely different prophecy, twisted and just destroying it, ripping it out of context and so on. Anyway, really, really sad. Anyway, Pete, you need to cut out. Go ahead and cut out, man.
Is there some super chats for me? I thought I saw one about the Seleucids that I wanted to address.
Let's see. How far back is it? Let's see. I got to scroll through. Let me see. I'll bring up the ones that are actually about the Daniel thing, and then let's see. Maybe Daniel 2 can be Hezekiah's. What is it? Maybe Daniel 2 can be your Hezekiah's tunnel to debating Libyano on biblical versus Quranic prophecy regarding Alexander the Great. Lol. Yeah, I'd love to see a Muslim debate. I'd love to see a Muslim debate whether Dul Qarnayn is Alexander the Great. Let's see. There is no Daniel or Isaiah in the Quran. How dare they use our prophets? This deceiving serpent uses all the prophets of the Bible at the same time. It says it's corrupted. That is the weirdest thing.
Martin Jackman said they forgot to appeal to, or they ignored Deuteronomy. So all the appeal to
Yeah, we have
Deuteronomy
Deuteronomy.
to prove
They have Deuteronomy.
Yeah.
All right, here you have it. IP. So is
Oh,
the
we have
fourth
this
is the fourth kingdom Rome or the Ptolemies and Seleucids?
Yeah, so critical scholars say the fourth kingdom is the Ptolemies and the Seleucids. That's what John J. Collins will say. That's what a lot of the critical scholars will say, and they're trying to say that this is Daniel's being written during the time of Antiochus Epiphanes IV when he comes in, destroys the temple, and the Jews are having this horrible crisis. So they're trying to say it's writing about that time, and so it's got to be that. I'm not convinced of that one. I don't necessarily think it's a problem for Christians because there's ways to understand Daniel that are compatible with that, but I'm not convinced. One of my main reasons is if you go to Daniel 2, it says the fourth kingdom is a kingdom, not two kingdoms. So if you just go what it says that there shall be a fourth kingdom, strong as iron, breaks everything, yada, yada, yada. And then it says it shall be a divided kingdom. But the Ptolemies and the Seleucids were different kingdoms. So it seems to be referring to a single kingdom that's having internal division issues, which, again, I think can explain with Rome. Also, I think if you go to Daniel 7, which, again, is a lot of the same stuff here, I think that makes more sense that the fourth beast is Rome. So I tend to take the conservative, or I guess the church father view that, yeah, the fourth kingdom is Rome. But, I mean, I'm not saying there are good arguments on both sides is what I'm saying. I'm not just fully dismissing it. I think there are definitely some good arguments on both sides. But I also think Daniel's looking at time more cyclical. There's repeating cycles that are going to happen. So Antiochus Epiphanes IV can be one of those repeating cycles, as well as Titus when he destroys the temple in 70 AD. This is a very complicated thing that scholars dive into. But yeah, I tend to think the fourth kingdom probably is Rome. But yeah.
And if you look at Rashi's commentary on Daniel 2:44, he says it's referring to the timing of the Messiah's coming during the Roman Empire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I think Rashi gets a lot of things wrong, but I'd probably agree with him on that.
All right, man. Anything else, IP?
I don't know. Is there anything else in the video you want me to respond to? I can't remember. Oh, there was some stuff. I sent you that. He brought up, he's going to bring up James Tabor later, and I was like, that was so bad, but I don't know if you're getting that or not.
I don't know. Let's see.
Zachariah
Yes.
and others actually
Yes.
published that book.
Yes. So this argument actually goes back to the time of the Tabi'in. So it's not a new argument that came by. The Tabi'in were quoting this, and it's completely undeniable. And this is not...
And Abu Zachariah has a good video on this as well.
Yes, Abu Zakaria. I've also made videos
Many
on this as
prophets,
well.
one
Many
message.
prophets, one message.
You've made videos about this as well.
Many.
You can
many.
find it on Orthodox Muslim.
Yes, you can find them on the Orthodox Muslim.
Yeah.
The point is, okay, we have theological continuity.
Yes.
We have...
Do they have Anthony? Do they have theological continuity with the multi-personal God of the Old and New Testaments?
No.
Oh, you heard it here, Orthodox lips.
prophetic continuity,
Sure.
historical continuity. Islam is really a continuation of the ultimate fulfilled religion, the ultimate promise given to Abraham, given to all the prophets. Christianity can't say the same. Christianity has multiple historical issues, multiple theological issues. Christianity's main doctrine, that Jesus died on the cross to save us from our sins, according to contemporary critical scholarship, does not go back to the earliest Jesus followers. So, for example, James D. Tabor, he's a scholar of the historical Jesus and
Rewind. Wait, what did he say? When he said, did he say critical scholars? Is that what he
Yep.
said? Or
Yep, that's what he said. Let me back it up just so we can be clear here. Let's
And-
see.
that Jesus died on the
said,
Huh?
And he said they're concurring that Jesus didn't die on the cross.
Yeah, let's see. Listen.
promise given to Abraham, given to all the prophets. Christianity can't say the same. Christianity has multiple historical issues, multiple theological issues. Christianity's main doctrine, that Jesus died on the cross to save us from our sins, according to contemporary critical scholarship, does not go back to the earliest Jesus followers. So, for example, James D. Tabor, he's a scholar of the historical Jesus and Paul. He says in his book, Paul and Jesus, in the very first few pages, he says that Christianity, modern day mainstream Christianity, is a Pauline invention.
Really, he said that.
Yes. He also says in another book called The Jesus Dynasty,
What's his name? This
James D. Tabor.
Okay.
James. He also says in a book called The Jesus Dynasty.
Yeah.
The earliest.
Hey, I'm really confused here because he seems like totally out of touch with scholarship. If he's saying the earliest Christians didn't believe in Jesus' death for sins, I mean, it's right there in our earliest passage in the New Testament, 1 Corinthians, the creed that's in 1 Corinthians 15. And that it starts off that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures. That's within 2 years. That's within 2 years. So if within 2 years, you got two problems here. One, if you're talking about the Christians who existed in the first 2 years and they're not the earliest Christians, I don't know what you mean by the earliest Christians. Two, Paul is attacking them for their beliefs, which means he obviously didn't start the belief. And then he gets that belief from them. What is this nonsense? I can't even figure out what the heck he's babbling about here.
If you want to play the video I sent you, now would be a good time because he is taking a lot of these guys out of context, and I'll get to James Tabor in a minute here. But if you want to play that video, that might be
one thing real quickly about Tabor. I mean, he's putting him forward as the scholar to represent all scholars, apparently. As far as the critical consensus. But does he agree with Tabor on all sorts of other issues? I think I recall him saying basically the vision of Jesus that Tabor has is pretty much just the Islamic view. So from Tabor, you get the non-historicity of the Christian claims with respect to Jesus, but it syncs up perfectly with the Islamic Jesus. But Tabor doesn't believe Jesus was born of a virgin, for example. He has a whole thing. He's well known for this, that he has this whole view on Jesus' natural parentage and so forth. He thinks that's historical. So his whole view of Jesus, the start of his life to the finish of it, doesn't sync up with Islam at all. But anyways, this clip from IP is just like the nail in the coffin on that.
Yeah, not even James Tabor. If he's saying Islam lines up with history, I mean, the most agreed upon fact among scholars about Jesus, apart from that he existed, is that he died by crucifixion. So if you're saying, Islam really lines up with history, oh my goodness, you deny the most basic facts about Jesus. Anyway, here's the airman clip.
Some people say that Paul invented Christianity,
some stupid people. Anyway, let me back that up.
that Paul invented Christianity. And that can't be true because Paul was persecuting Christians before he became a Christian. And so if he invented Christianity, he would have had nobody to persecute. So that's not right. And it's not right that he invented the idea that Jesus...
Anthony, you're like me. I was just remarking before we started, something about this guy cracks me up, especially when he starts laughing at what he says. And I don't know, something funny about the guy. I don't know.
He's kind of goofy. I like him for an unbeliever.
Yeah.
That's not right. And it's not right that he invented the idea that Jesus' death and resurrection brought about salvation, because that's what Christians were saying before him.
What? What? You hear this? This is Bart Ehrman. Muslims love Bart Ehrman as long as he's talking about textual variants and stuff, even though he doesn't mean what you think he does, because you guys don't know, guys don't care what people actually mean. But he just said Jesus' death and resurrection as bringing about salvation. Paul did not invent that. They already believed it before Paul. Boom, in your face, Libyano. But guess what? Guess what Libyano will do? Because this is all they ever do, right? When we're talking about them picking and choosing which criteria to apply to different things in order to get the result that they want, that's what they do with everything, right? They'll do that with the Bible. You can have all these passages which expose Muhammad as a false prophet. They'll go to the one that they can twist into something about Muhammad, ignore all the verses that came before it, ignore all the verses that came after it, which all refute Islam, and they'll just go with one and they'll say, you see, this is the proof. But then they get to the point where people expose what that actually means, and then they'll go to church fathers until they find one that they can twist into saying something that they can use to then twist that verse. So they'll examine 500 different scholars to find one who says anything that can remotely be used to twist into something that would agree with them, and they'll go with that scholar. And right here, when they're talking about whether Paul invented Christianity, do they go to Bart Ehrman? If it was some other issue, and guess what? If Bart Ehrman said it, yeah, Paul invented Christianity, they quote Bart Ehrman, but he doesn't. So they just ignore it. And they'll go to, you have scholars who say basically anything. You pick any statement in the world, you can find a scholar who says it, right? You can find scholars who say Muhammad didn't exist. But if I quoted that, they say, but that's not the consensus, or that's not the majority of scholars, or that's not the best scholar, and so on. And yet, what do? Pick and choose. It's all cherry picking. They cherry pick Bible verses, they cherry pick Quran verses, they cherry pick scholars, they cherry pick their own commentators on the Quran. They just it's the dawah is nothing but endless cherry picking, straw manning, and other fallacies.
I think there's something interesting here that you're bringing up. When they were talking, they said, we're going to use historical critical method for Christianity. And there is a long history of using the historical critical method for Christianity. There isn't really the same for Islam. And I think that is the difficulty, that some of these guys are trying to get away with this because they're acting like there isn't a historical critical method for Islamic tradition. And they do exist. You never hear them quoting Cook or Crone or Sinai or Shoemaker. They don't quote any of these figures. And I said, that's really interesting. You're only going to use historical critical method when it goes for Christianity, but when the historical critical method can be used towards Islam, it just kind of disappears. And I'm like, that lack of consistency shows kind of a degree of extreme dishonesty. And I think that is a big problem with this.
No, you're entirely correct. They always 100% of the time, they decide what result they want, and then they pick the methodology, they pick the scholar, they pick the passage, and so on that agrees with them, toss out everything else that refutes them, and that's just over and over and over again. That's dawah. But we didn't actually finish this IP.
Well, also, hold on.
Oh yeah, let's finish the video. Yeah, and then I'll share my screen with Tabor because I got Tabor's book on my system.
Okay.
Also, to throw in though that one of the things that they do is you get critical scholars who have a common antipathy for Christianity or the Christian worldview, who have a similar negative judgment with respect to Jesus. In other words, he's not all that the Bible says that he is, God in the flesh or historic Christianity. But that doesn't mean they have the same positive conclusion with respect to Jesus. Muslims will only give, in 9 times out of 10, the negative view. In other words, he's not God who came to save sinners by dying on the cross. But they don't ever give you the positive view of these scholars, which shows you suddenly that all these guys are not in agreement, right? So you have people like Crossan saying Jesus was some radical revolutionary, a zealot type figure. You have other people who say he was an apocalypticist. You have other who say he was some kind of ascetic, like a guru in Israel. You can go down the list. There's 50 different versions of Jesus that are held as conclusions, positive conclusions by critical scholars. So the idea that there's this monolithic view just isn't there. It isn't the Islamic Jesus that they come up with at the end. It's anybody's pick, right? That's what happens in critical scholarship. So there's really nothing there for them to latch onto other than the common hostility to the Christian view of Jesus.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's finish this Ehrman clip.
Were saying before him, the thing that made salvation, because that's what Christians were saying. Jesus' death and resurrection brought about salvation, because that's what Christians were saying before him. The thing that made Paul really key, as I argue in this book, is that he realized that followers of Jesus, this Jewish Messiah sent from the Jewish God to the Jewish people, followers of Jesus did not have to become Jewish. You could be a converted pagan and believe in Jesus and in the God of Jesus, but you didn't have to adopt the ways of Judaism.
Yep. So did Paul invent Christianity? No. Ehrman says if you want to say Paul came up with something as far as Christianity, it's that if you're a Gentile and you want to believe in Jesus, you don't have to convert to Judaism. You can just believe directly in Jesus. But that definitely ain't inventing Christianity, and definitely ain't believing that definitely is not inventing belief in Jesus' death for sins and resurrection. So nice try, Libyano. You are exposing yourself with every word you utter. All right, IP, you want to put something on the screen?
Let's bring up James Tabor's book, The Jesus Dynasty, because he only brings up really Islam towards the end. And notice what he says here. There are some rather striking connections between the research I have presented in the Jesus Dynasty and the traditional beliefs of Islam. Does he say the Christians were basically early Muslims or agree with everything about it that we see in Islam? No, he says there are some striking connections, is all he's saying. So he said he notes there are similarities according to his reconstruction, which we think is just wrong. But he's not saying that, they're just basically early Muslims that Libyano was saying. So he says the Muslim emphasis on Jesus as a messianic prophet and teacher is quite parallel to what we find in the Q source in the book of James and Didache. I find that kind of odd because the Q source, the book of James, and the Didache all teach that Jesus is God. Like, they're all three of these even the hypothesized reconstruction of Q, there is a very blatant place where it says Jesus is God. But notice what he says here at the end of this paragraph. He says, also the dietary laws of Islam, as quoted in the Quran, echo the teachings of James in Acts 15, almost word for word. Abstain from swine flesh. Do you guys remember in Acts 15 where James told Gentiles to abstain from swine flesh? Because I don't.
No.
How about carrion? Because he says blood, things offered to idol, and carrion. No, he doesn't say that. So James Tabor is just simply wrong. You're citing a scholar that's making a blunder right here. This is not the dietary restrictions in the book of Acts are in complete contradiction to what Islam teaches, because you have to start with Acts 10 where Peter's allowed to eat anything, and then you get to Acts 15 and James agrees the Gentiles don't have to have the yoke of our ancestors, they don't have to keep the Mosaic law. So I mean, okay, what I don't get what James Tabor is saying here. I find this kind of absurd. He even suggests this. So yeah. Then he says on the next page that
sorry about that.
He says there. Oh yeah, he just says on the next page that they're closer to the Ebionites. The Ebionites. So he says, and there's evidence to suppose that the Christians he met, that being Muhammad, may have been closer in their beliefs to the Ebionites. Well, that's just ridiculous. The Ebionites were they didn't think Jesus was the Messiah. They thought the Messiah was a divine figure that came on Jesus at his baptism and that left when he was on the cross. They thought they could also all become Christ. Some of them denied the virgin birth. They believed in the death and resurrection of Jesus. Like, to try to say the Ebionites were closer, there's so many issues here. The only thing you could say they agreed on is they thought Jesus was just a human prophet.
Hey, one second. I mean, because we were just talking about the picking and choosing, so they'll Google search for what every scholar in the world said about anything until they get to something they agree with, and then it's aha, look at this passage in Acts, and it's really are you guys granting Acts? You guys granting Acts now? Because if you're granting Acts, you got all kinds of problems, right? But no, we'll grant that passage, and oh my goodness, this is just sad, man. It's sad and pathetic.
I was going to say that one thing that I'm hearing, and it was interesting that bringing up the Tabor text, it seems like there's this kind of retcon that's going on, where it's like you're saying, well, these previous people were Muslim. I mean, if you're going to play that game, then Baha'is and Mormons can do the same thing. You can say, well, those ancient people, they're not really Muslims. The Prophet of Islam, he's not really a Muslim. You know what he is? He's a Mormon. He's not actually a Muslim, he's a Baha'i. And you could make that claim. If you're going to retcon these characters and say, well, they're actually something that they're not, well, we can do that with any type of tradition. So it's very strange when I see people doing that. It's peculiar. I'm like, it's illogical, it's irrational, and it's something that you can't hold to like a consistent veracity. So I find that to be, it's peculiar, it's strange.
It's pretty wild, All right. Any final thoughts, IP, before you cut out? And then we'll finish the video.
No, I mean, there's a lot of just really bad stuff in this video. It's just the amount of lies coming from Libyano was absurd. I mean, like lying about Daniel, lying about what Tabor said, lying about what scholars say, lying about consistency between the Quran and the Bible. I mean, there's just, and then that's on top of all the lies they said about like Avery and his wife and Fan. I mean, like, but these are their top dawah guys. Like, if they have to constantly lie, are they on the side of truth, or are they doing what their father, the devil, does, which is just constantly lie? I mean, I don't understand how you could live like that and think you're on the side of truth. That's an honest question I have for Muslims. Why do you guys have to constantly lie, and yet you think you're on the side of God? Doesn't make any sense.
All right, man. You cutting out?
Yep, I gotta get some food. I'm starving. It's like 8
Go
o'clock.
get
I've
some
not eaten
food.
yet.
Remember, according to IP, the most important thing in the world is food. Everyone, the rest of us, we understand. We have food to eat that IP knows nothing about.
Shut up. All right, I'm gonna go get some food. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, man.
Good to see you, IP. Peace, brother.
See ya.
All right, so there's a little bit more in that video. There's a couple more minutes in that video. Let's take the super chats, and then I can't remember any. No, he did bring up something else. We'll see. Let's see. Is he in love with Lesbiano? I seriously have never seen two Dawa guys staring at each other like these two do. So yeah, I don't know. Draw your own conclusions, everyone. Yes. Yes. Duck lips. I mean, good point. I mean, yes. Duck lips. Yes. I mean, yeah, good point. That is cool. Brothers, you need to call out this hypocrisy. Tell him to use his Quran. Why is he using Bible to prove his false prophet? That is interesting, right? You say, hey, show us the proof for your prophet. Okay, let's go to the Bible. Weird. I think Libyano is as good of an apologist as Muhammad was a prophet. Unfortunately, some people will think this is a compliment. Yeah. Let's see. I thought Allahu Akbar meant I'm blowing up now. Show Isaiah 12:15 where God talks about IP's nose. Sorry, IP's gone right now. Paraklutos is praised. Totally different word. We're waiting for our Muslim friends to start getting something right. They never managed to. Let's see. Here we have that. Paraklutos is praised. Totally different word. Since when did the Ummah fill the whole earth? Aren't these the same guys complaining about colonialism and Gaza and not being able to conquer anything? Yeah, it is getting hard. And here again, if you want to say, oh, but there are Muslims all over the planet. Well, there are Christians all over the planet. So, guys, come up with some criteria that actually fit and support your point, and not that you need to totally cherry pick and change.
Do you mind if I comment on that too? I think it's a really important comment on a lot of levels.
Go for it.
I see that in a lot of unfortunately, a lot of the TikTok Islamic media is that it's sort of like this leftist talking point about talking about colonialism, imperialism, which is true. These things do exist and they're horrible and terrible. But are you going to hold yourself accountable? So if you're going to say, look, there's European colonialism and imperialism and say, look how terrible that is, fine. But talk about Arab colonialism and imperialism. Be consistent. Don't say, oh, look at these terrible Europeans that did all of this stuff, and you don't hold yourself to the same standard. That to me is kind of very grotesque. You'll hear them. You hear about Gaza, but are you talking about Somalia? Are you talking about Sudan? Are you going to talk about Chad? Are you going to talk about any of these other places where these horrible things have happened? Look at Pakistan. Pakistan's a disaster zone. No, do you hear a comment on that? Do you hear people boycotting Pakistani halal trucks? Never. But you hear about, well, if there's an Israeli restaurant, we're gonna cancel it. I'm like, this is very selective outrage. It's very disgusting. You don't actually care about ethics and morality. You just care about your own tribe and group in success. I think that's it's kind of evil, you know?
Yeah. Look, Isa, if you're looking for consistency, then you need to find another religion, buddy. Anyway, just had to point that out. We have Shalom Family says, Duck Lips bought his degree from eBay. Then we have, which surah talks about beheading Christians as pleasing to God? If you can find that, you can find Islam in the Bible, Revelation 24. Yeah, not in the Quran there. Does say fight. So much denial of research. Yep. Moral truths are a subset of scientific truths. No, they're not. I don't know what you're talking about there. 15 dilemmas stemmed from dishonest definitions. Got a lot of dilemmas going on. D. Wood's dishonesty and IP's intellect will be exposed. It's good to know. Good luck with that. Did Allah come down as a little black boy? Bayan Tablis al-Jami Ibn Taymiyyah, do you reject your sheikh? You got the reference there if anyone wants to look that up. Sneeko's visa got canceled in Australia. Thank God. Yeah, I saw he went. I saw people. Yeah, I heard the first person he walked up and tried to interview was like a son of some ISIS supporter or something like that. I don't know. But anyway, we believe, no evidence, nothing, just fantasy. Yeah, that is what you get from Dawa. Thank you, Anthony. I really enjoyed it. Not kidding. That's from Ida.
You're welcome.
Ida's Jewish, Anthony.
Ah, okay.
Interesting. Great lesson. Reverend Anthony Rogers prepared for C.L. Edwards? No, C.L. Edwards is going to crush Anthony. As you can see, Anthony doesn't even know the scriptures.
And CL is trained by David. So
Yep. Yeah, so you know you're in trouble. Why are Muslims upset about David destroying the Quran when the third caliph destroyed all of the original ones? Yeah, that's always one of life's great mysteries. Ottomans lost. I guess Islam's over by this argument. Yep, Islam is done. You've inspired a song I just put out on my channel, The Legend of David Sagara. I never knew apologetics could be so entertaining. Thanks for all you do. There can never be too many songs, too many folk songs about the bandito and cartel leader, David Sagara. Hijab looks like he gave duck lips 6-degree. What's wrong with you? 2:48 and D-Wood Live, 8:20 a.m. D-Wood Live. You see, power of Dawah. I have been live a long time, man. I agree, but to test the argument, how to defend if someone brings up inquisitions and forced conversions with them happening amongst Christian groups? What do you mean? Agree with?
maybe that's in reference to the observation earlier that Christianity spread through.
Spread differently.
preaching of the
Yeah.
gospel. Yeah, I mean, so as far as the church following the marching orders given by Christ, the gospel spread rapidly and widely in the ancient world in the first several centuries, just through the means of peaceful gospel persuasion. I remember reading many years ago an article by Anthony Flew in, I think it was Infidel magazine, one of those atheist periodicals that they had back in the day. Maybe it was Free Inquiry. That's the name of it. Anthony Flew, back when he was an atheist before he became an agnostic and all that.
Anthony,
yeah. So
you keep saying it like it's your name, Anthony, like he's named after you or something. Come on.
We can do that. No, okay. So he there's a statement there where he says, whereas Christianity in the first 3 centuries of its existence spread throughout the ancient world by peaceful preaching, Islam already, it says, in the time of Muhammad's own life, was being spread by means of the sword. So if you do get, as you do later in church history, Christians taking up the sword, I wouldn't say all occasions are wrong. You know, any country has a right to defend itself and so forth. But just in general terms, you know, if in some cases Christians wrongly took up the sword, they didn't have sanction for that from Christ. That's not how they were told to spread the message, right? There's nothing in the Bible that talks about spreading the Christian message by means of warfare. But there is in Islam a long history going all the way back to Muhammad that says that warfare is a legitimate means of extending Islamic hegemony. So the difference between Christians doing it and Muslims doing it is, well, there's a lot of differences. For one, if you look at the Crusades, this was a belated response to centuries worth of Islamic aggression against the Christian West, right? So this is Christians responding after years of being attacked. Secondly, it was within a short period of time, relatively speaking, right? A couple hundred years, whereas jihad has been going on since the inception of Islam until the present day. And it was limited to the reclamation of certain Christian lands that were taken by Muslim aggression, right? So there's a lot of marked contrast between what Christians did in something like the Crusades and what Islam's been doing throughout its history. But in any case, as far as spreading the gospel, there's no warrant for that from Christ, whereas you can find plenty of warrant for what Muslims do in the name of Muhammad.
1 second. So we have Lesbiano's beard has multiple critical issues. That's true. Look how dumb this is. So we have Islam is the only haq. Islam is the only haq, right? Now look how dumb this is. And guys, I don't even know what to do because you're sitting here saying lol and attacking. Look at what it says. Luke 24:7. Could you tell me where is this in the Old Testament, like Mark 12:29, which quote Deuteronomy 6:4? It doesn't appear. What are you talking about? They told him they reminded him what Jesus said. They reminded him what Jesus said. This is what Jesus said. What are you talking about in the Old Testament? Now you can find prophecies about this sort of thing in the Old Testament, but I mean, let me just go back. So this is like the angels appear at the tomb. It says, "Why do you look for the living among the dead? He is not here. He has risen. Remember how he told you while he was still with you in Galilee, the Son of Man must be delivered over to the hands of sinners, be crucified, and on the third day be raised again." Then they remembered his words. This is them telling you, hey, remember Jesus told you this. And guess what? You do find this. You do find this in Matthew and Mark and Luke. You got it right there, right? And you're saying, ha ha, you idiot. That's not a quote from the Old Testament. Well, they said they're quoting Jesus. And they are. Why are you guys like this? Why do you guys get some stupid argument in your head and you don't understand the passage because you're barely literate? And you sit there and go, oh, it says they're reminding of this. What? That must be the Old Testament. What are you talking about, dude?
Well, and this also
It's so weird.
It hurts this user as well. If this user wants to take this position, well, then what happens is you have to reject the Quranic injunction about believing in the Torah, the Zabur, and the Injil. You know, so if you're going to say the Injil is false, then you're saying the Quran is false. So this is not a smart position for this user to take. And I see this a lot. And I see this situation where it kind of it sounds like this person sounds intelligent because they're like, here, I'm going to show you I'm going to shotgun a bunch of citations to you, and that makes it seem like I actually know the material I'm talking about, even though I really don't know the material. And it's kind of this veneer that it seems like, oh wow, I'm really intelligent and I actually know this text really well and I can cite these sources. But when we actually explore this claim, first and foremost, it's not really an accurate representation of the theology, number one. Secondly, this hurts this person's own theology. If they're saying, well, I believe in Torah, Zabur, and Injil, I believe in these texts that, God gave, then if I say the text is false, then I'm saying my own text is false. So it's another nonsensical non-starter. Like, should we even grant this? Why is this even an intelligent maneuver? I remember seeing Daniel Hakikachu debating this Jewish person on Modern Day Debate, and I was kind of shocked because I'm like, when you attack Judaism, you're attacking Islam, especially Rabbinic Judaism. Like, Rabbinic Judaism is identical to Sunni Islam. I don't know how these Sunni Muslims don't know that. It's very scholarly based. It's like, what does the scholar say? I have an Islamic treatise. It looks like a piece of the Talmud. At some point I can show you it. Maybe I can find it and I can show it to you. It looks exactly like a piece of the Talmud, but it's in Arabic. It has, the main writing, then it has commentary on the sides. It looks exactly like the Talmud. So I'm like, it's so bizarre to me that you have this hypercritical analysis of, the gospel. Are you going to, have that same energy, towards Islamic sources? I don't know.
So our Muslim friend, Islam is the only haq, used his super brain power to read Luke 24:7, where the angels reminded people what Jesus said. And you can go back and look at what Jesus said. And he goes, ha ha, but that's not a quotation from the Old Testament. Okay, we stand refuted, man. We stand refuted. My goodness.
See, look at this. This looks like a piece of the Talmud, right? Look at that.
No, it looks way worse.
You're terrible. But you see what I mean? You see all the commentary here? It looks exactly like the Talmud.
That is how it is. They got the different names for the different stuff. Issa spitting facts once again, always based, bro. So much flirting, hard to focus. Oh yeah, and that discussion with hijab and Libyano. Now we got Anthony showing off the midrash.
No, so this is basically the same style, just so that if it'll show right.
Yep, there it is.
You have the center part and then the commentary around it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
See?
Anthony agrees. Dr. Wood, I have you and Nabil to thank for catapulting me out of Islam. I emailed a couple months ago. The subject is ex-Palestinian and ex-Muslim. That is interesting. Cool. Good to hear. Good to hear. Yeah, I'll check it out. I'll look for that. Which Da'i do you feel is most likely to come to JC? Come to Jesus Christ. Not the narcissist. That's going to be an issue. So it's going to have to be. It's going to have to be one of the other guys. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd have to think about it. You guys have any thoughts?
Well, I mean, which one's close to prison? Isn't it?
Oh, Malik.
I'm just thinking,
Yeah, Malik.
that sometimes changes perspective.
He's a narcissist. He's a narcissist, but yeah, he's about to reach the end of his narcissism. And last one here. Jewish gal brought Lamb of God into the world, which defeated Satan. Jewish gal brought poison lamb into camp, which defeated Satan's prophet. Hawk low IQ. Yep, that's been pointed out. And Paul, what did Mojab and Lesbiano do after recording? One of life's great mysteries. All right, let's go ahead and finish the little bit less of what's left of the video, and then we'll see.
If you had to,
of James is false. There's many different. Not only that, but other scholars like Jeffrey J. Boots also says in his book, James, the brother of Jesus and the lost teachings of Christianity, he says that the earliest teachings of Christ and the earliest communities parallel almost identically with the teachings of Islam and Islamic Christology.
unbelievable.
Oh my
Right.
goodness!
So our earliest
Do you hear
document.
this? Do you hear this idiotic nonsense? Unbelievable! Oh
It's just
my
not
goodness!
true.
It's not
just
true at all.
factual. It's not true at all. It's really grotesque that these people have viewers, so they're just lying. Wow.
Yeah, just absolutely sad and pathetic. Guys, we know for a fact the earliest Christians believed in Jesus' death, resurrection, and divine nature. So, if you're saying it agrees with Islam, you have to do some serious mental gymnastics. But that's what you guys do.
Are in continuity with the Quran and how it views Jesus, how it views salvation, and how it views God.
Wow.
So this is why Christianity simply can't be true. Christianity is false. There's many different arguments, logical arguments, historical arguments.
And the ones you give are all complete idiotic nonsense. So that's your best? That's your best. That the early Christians did not believe what we know for a fact they believed. Sad. What were you saying, Anthony?
Well, I was basically going to say this is what he's giving as sort of the strong blow, right? He only had a limited amount of time. What was that? 10 minutes? I'm not sure because we kept pausing, but 10 minutes to give his case against Christianity for Islam, so we can expect he's giving us at least the most powerful arguments that can be presented in a short period of time. And it was not good at all. Not good at all.
Really weak. Let's see.
One thing I'll mention, one more, something that I want to get out there that's not really out there, okay? We often say that Paul hijacked Christianity.
Yeah.
Okay, but many people don't know how to articulate that.
Sure.
Okay, the simplest way to articulate that is the following. In Acts chapter 15, the apostles have a council
He said apostles? Anyways.
regarding a very early issue in the church. This issue arose because of Gentile converts. Should they be circumcised?
Yeah.
Should they?
It's the famous dispute between him and James.
James and Paul.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm going to establish this from the...
What?
It's not a dispute between James and
No,
Paul.
it's not. When is that a dispute between James and Paul, guys? Where is that?
They often act like what they're doing is they're sort of ferreting out false stuff from true stuff. But the whole point here is there's not even the semblance of a rift between Paul and James, right? In other words, what you do get is you get, for example, in Acts, it talks about certain people coming down from Jerusalem and stirring up trouble, but they're explicitly identified as people that went out without any authority. So these are people that had their own little positions. They go out and they cause some trouble. But the idea that it's James who's holding this position, and it's James who's putting these people up to it, and James, who's sending them out and so forth, none of that's in the text. It's not in Paul. It's not in Luke. It's nowhere.
Nope. Total nonsense. And by the way, you can actually understand why these issues would arise, right? You had Jesus. He's talking to Jews, but both the Old Testament prophecies and the Gospels said that this was going to go to the Gentiles. And then it goes to the Gentiles. And then how does that work exactly? Do they need to start following the Old Testament law, or like what goes on? You can understand why they might have to wrestle with this a little bit, which is exactly what you have. But the conclusions, all the leaders were on board. And these guys have to lie about it like they always do.
And there's another problem here too, is that if you're going to critique this and say, well, the apostles had debates and they were maybe challenging each other and there was some conflict, they didn't kill each other. They may have had debates about certain things about how the community should move forward, right? Which is fine for a healthy community, that you might have conversations and debates about, what is the best thing moving forward, right? What happened within the Islamic tradition? Are they going to talk about the Sahaba fighting and killing each other on the battlefield? That's pretty huge. In the Battle of the Camel, there's some really intense stories.
Yep. That's Aisha. That's Aisha, the mother of the faithful, marching an army against Ali, the commander of the faithful.
And it's are you going to hold? Yep. So if you're going to challenge this, where these, James and Paul are debating, if that's what you're saying is happening, okay, fine. You could say there's some tension there. They resolve whatever tension there is. If you're looking at Acts of the Apostles and all of that. But how do you deal with this? How do you reconcile this position? It's this is what I despise. I'm team accountability. If you're going to accuse someone, then you need to hold yourself to the same standard. I'm very consistent on this, across the board. And these people are not accountable. They're just let's talk about how these people have conflict. Okay. Well, how do you deal with that? Even Ali Dawa brought up, he's that he's gonna, he was talking about the thing that really disturbed him about Islam was that the Sahaba fought each other, right? And he's I was able to reconcile it. I'm he didn't explain how he did that, but I'm this is a difficult thing. And this is going to be a hard thing that Muslims have to deal with. You can't just write that away and just say oh, no, that's not a big deal. It is a big deal, and I think that is an issue that needs to be thought about. And you never hear this. You're just well, look how bad Christianity is. And I'm well, I guess you're attacking the Injil. I don't know. That doesn't, and the other supplemental space.
Well, and what they're talking about here, it didn't even happen. So weird situation. But let's see. Make up some more things.
It's a fan fiction. It's a fan fiction.
Yeah. Make up some more stuff, Orthodox Lips.
That's in itself, right? Sure. So should they be circumcised or should they not? So they have a council.
Yeah.
What is the verdict? And by the way, James is the one leading this council, which is contrary to what the Roman Catholics believe about the first pope being Peter. That's a different discussion. The verdict of James is the following: that Gentiles have to follow Noahide laws. Yeah. So stay away from sexual immorality. Yeah. Stay away from strangled meat, blood,
pig,
from food sacrifice.
What are you laughing at, Anthony?
Well, I mean, they're taking a later construct and they're putting it back on this. Who said? I mean, these aren't. The idea is that there's this group of people that are following God in terms of what had been revealed to Noah and his descendants, apart from the specified rules and stuff that came through other groups, like what came to the Jews and what eventually came to the Muslims. So there's this broader category which has, minimal amount of rules. But you look back at what's said with respect to Noah and so forth, you're not going to get this idea that, there's a handful of things that you're supposed to do, namely the ones they're talking about. Right. It talks about, it does mention certain things there, like it mentions not to murder, and if somebody murders, they're subject to capital punishment and that kind of stuff. But this idea that, it has all these other things in there are just part of, these rules that are to be followed by people that aren't specifically going to follow a Jewish way of doing things or a Muslim way of doing things. But either way, like this doesn't line up, because what actually is determined at the council is that it doesn't impose upon the Gentiles the observation of clean and unclean foods, in the sense of, all these foods are clean and all these foods are unclean. What it says is to abstain from food sacrificed to idols. Now, he's going to mention this in a second, but my point here is that they're obscuring things at this point. Like this isn't. Part of what they want to say is James is giving us something that's Islamic, and then Paul just botches it all up, right? So in Islam, we preserve these dietary rules and all this stuff, but it's just not the same thing, right? That's not what's going on here. It's not the Noahide laws or anything like that pertain to pious Gentiles. These are all later categories.
One second.
Make it something good.
Huh?
I said make it something good.
Oh, I was just thinking, it's like, why don't we just take a peek? Why don't we just take a peek?
Yeah.
Why don't we just take a peek at this, right? So, Council at Jerusalem here. Certain people came down from Judea. Let's just read it, man. Let's just read it so people learn a little bit. What?
But so notice it doesn't say from James. It just says from Judea.
Yeah. Certain people, I'll read it rapid fire and then we'll focus on some interesting stuff. Certain people came down from Judea to Antioch and were teaching the believers, unless you are circumcised according to the custom taught by Moses, you cannot be saved. Circumcision is necessary for salvation, right? This brought Paul and Barnabas into sharp dispute and debate with them. So Paul and Barnabas were appointed, along with some other believers, to go up to Jerusalem to see the apostles and elders about this question. The church sent them on their way, and as they traveled through Phoenicia and Samaria, they told how the Gentiles had been converted. This news made all the believers very glad. When they came to Jerusalem, they were welcomed by the church and the apostles and elders, to whom they reported everything God had done through them. Interesting. So God was working, according to this passage, God was working through Paul and Barnabas. Interesting. Okay. Then some of the believers who belonged to the party of the Pharisees stood up and said, the Gentiles must be circumcised and required to keep the law of Moses. The apostles and elders met to consider this question. After much discussion, Peter got up and addressed them. Brothers, you know that some time ago God made a choice among you that the Gentiles might hear from my lips the message of the gospel and believe. God, who knows the heart, showed that he accepted them by giving the Holy Spirit to them. Holy Spirit? What's that, Muslims? Just as he did to us. He did not discriminate between us and them, for he purified their hearts by faith. Now then, why do you try to test God by putting on the necks of Gentiles a yoke that neither we nor our ancestors have been able to bear? No, we believe it is through the grace of our Lord Jesus that we are saved, just as they are. That's interesting, because these guys, according to Islam, were devout Muslims, and yet they're calling Jesus Lord. They're Lord Jesus. Pretty wild. Also, Muslims tell us all the time that Jesus only came for Jews, and here they are. Here are his devout Muslim followers talking about the Gentiles following Christ.
They're stealing Paul's thunder. It's Paul who's supposed to be hijacking Christianity. But
yeah, what are they
doing? They all are calling Jesus Lord, faith and grace, and all the rest.
Yeah, and that's interesting, because and keep in mind, this passage has the stamp of approval of Libyano, because it was convenient to him for something that he wanted to argue. But, let me guess, all this other stuff that completely refutes Islam and Dawah, it's all corrupted. The whole
and they're not Muslims anyway, because Muslims have to believe in Arkan al-Islam, which is really wild that I never hear these Muslims talk about this. They'll make that point when it comes to Ahmadiyyas, right? But they won't make that point when it comes to Hebrew prophets. They'll say the Hebrew prophets aren't even Hebrew prophets, they're Muslim prophets. And I'm like, well, here we can prove that they're not Muslim. They didn't do Shahada. They didn't make Salat. They didn't pray 5 times a prayer. Why is this never brought up? That's like a big deal. Like there's a hadith that says you have to pray 5 times a day, and that can differentiate the Muslim versus the non-Muslim. Is this 5-time prayer ritual, right? It's not tefillin or tzitzit or any of these kind of like the Jewish practices that these Hebrew prophets would have done. They didn't make salat 5 times prayer. They didn't pay zakat because it was 10%, not 2.5%, right? So they didn't pay zakat. They didn't fast Ramadan, right? They didn't make a pilgrimage to Mecca. They haven't done any of these things. So what makes these people Muslim? They're like, well, they submitted. And I said, okay, well, I guess you can be enlightened, so I guess they're Buddhist, right? You know what I mean? If you're grateful to God, you're Jewish, right? You followed Christ, you're Christian. Like, you can make this narrative up for anything. It's so ridiculous. And every time I hear it, I'm like, my brain cells die. I'm like, how do they keep repeating the same argument and people are listening to it and believing it? I don't know.
Let's see. Let's read up through the ruling here. The whole assembly became silent as they listened to Barnabas and Paul telling them about the signs and wonders God had done among the Gentiles through them. Wait, God was doing signs and wonders among the Gentiles through Paul and Barnabas? Sounds like these guys have God's stamp of approval, Muslims. According to this passage that Libyano's quoting, when they finished, James spoke up. Brothers, he said, listen to me. Simon has described to us how God first intervened to choose a people for his name from the Gentiles. The words of the prophets are in agreement with this, as it is written. After this, I will return and rebuild David's fallen tent. Its ruins I will rebuild, and I will restore it, that the rest of mankind may seek the Lord, even all the Gentiles who bear my name, says the Lord, who does these things known from long ago. It is my judgment, therefore, that we should not make it difficult for the Gentiles who are turning to God. Instead, we should write to them, telling them to abstain from food polluted by idols, from sexual immorality, from the meat of strangled animals, and from blood. For the law of Moses has been preached in every city from the earliest times and is read in the synagogues and on every Sabbath. And then we've got the letter. The council's letter to Gentile believers. Then the apostles and elders with the whole church decided to choose some of their own men and send them to Antioch with Paul and Barnabas. They chose Judas, called Barsabbas, and Silas, men who were leaders among the believers. With them they sent the following letter. The apostles and elders, your brothers, to the Gentile believers in Antioch, Syria, and Cilicia, greetings. We have heard that some went out from us without our authorization. Does this sound like James sent them out to attack these guys and subjugate them? What are you saying, Anthony?
No, I said, that sounds like the death knell of Libyano's thesis.
Yeah, Libyano and Hijab think this is supposed to say, yes, James sent an army to destroy the false teacher Paul. Interesting. We have heard that some went out from us without our authorization and disturbed you, troubling your minds by what they said. So we all agreed to choose some men and send them to you with our dear friends Barnabas and Paul, men who have risked their lives for the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Don't sound like Muslims. Therefore, we are sending Judas and Silas to confirm by word of mouth what we are writing. It seemed good to the Holy Spirit. And to us not to burden. So we got the Lord Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit. It seemed good to the Holy Spirit and to us not to burden you with anything beyond the following requirements. You are to abstain from food sacrificed to idols, from blood, from the meat of strangled animals, and from sexual immorality. You will do well to avoid these things. Farewell. All right. So that's what he was arguing, right? It was supposed to be some proof. You guys ready? Let's go back to this.
The idols and obviously worship God alone. Okay? Cool. Everybody agrees. And allegedly Paul was there. And remember, the book of Acts, the author is a Pauline apologist.
In the beginning, he seemed to agree as well, didn't he?
Yeah, so that's the problem here, right? That's the contention. In Acts, because the scholars mention, the Paul of Acts is not the Paul of Paul. Because his own letters survive and we know what he said himself. In Acts, Paul is proton.
Wait, yeah. But you notice this, so we can assume that the Gospels and all the other stuff's been corrupted, isn't reliable, it's not authoritative. But the writings of Paul, because we don't like Paul, they all get a pass. These are all authentically Pauline. They're not lost or corrupted Pauline writings. You notice that?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, we think this is useful because we're going to try and set up this dichotomy. We're going to pit the writings of Paul against these other books. And
That's
by
how
the
it
way,
works.
one
Anything
of the
that's
reasons,
convenient, is good as gold. Anything that's not, it's corrupted.
yeah. Well, part of this, though, what allows for some of this, in a sense, is the Gospels are working differently than the epistles are. In the Gospels, you're getting narrative. Now, it is teaching theology, but in a more sophisticated way. You have to know how a gospel genre works to see what's going on and how you can distill from it certain theological and other things, truths from it. But Paul's writings and other epistles are didactic. So they're putting things in a more straightforward way. And so Paul's writings are always going to, and they're being directed especially to Gentiles, so they're always going to be more explicit on certain things than the Gospels are. There's a kind of subtlety when it comes to the Gospels on certain issues, at least, especially before the cross. And so they think there's this obvious difference between Paul and the Gospels, and they drive this wedge in between them. But I just find it interesting that it's because the Gospels do contain at least certain things they don't like Jesus constantly calling God Father, constantly identifying himself as Son, Jesus dying on the cross. Those are some of the things we really don't like if we're Muslims, right? They'll say that stuff's corrupted, but because they dislike everything Paul says explicitly, and he's pretty consistent across the board and up front with it all, that it's going to be Paul's not corrupted. He's not corrupted because this works for our agenda.
And seemed like the apostles were all on the same page there, but he's arguing that the Paul of Acts there is different from the Paul of Paul's letters. And let's see why.
Tell us why.
And by the way, you got Finding Nemo here. Drinking game. Take one shot for every So every time Hijab goes when he's looking at the duck lips. Let's see.
Of Acts, the author is a Pauline apologist.
In the beginning, he seemed to agree as well, didn't he?
Yeah, so that's the problem here, right? That's the contention. In Acts, because the scholars mention, the Paul of Acts is not the Paul of Paul. Because his own letters survive, and we know what he said himself. In Acts, Paul is pro-Torah, Judaism, you could say, okay? Pro-forgiveness, no blood sacrifice talk. In his own letters, he specifically says that Christians are permitted to eat food sacrificed to idols. Remember, in Acts 15, Paul and the apostles agree that it is absolutely impermissible to eat food sacrificed to idols.
Yes.
So, Anthony, isn't what Paul says, hey, if no one brings it up and you buy some food at the market, an idol really isn't anything. So if someone sacrificed something to an idol, it doesn't really do anything to the meat. It's more that you don't give like the impression that you're taking part in this pagan worship rite or something like this. So if someone hands you some food and you don't ask and say, hey, was this sacrificed to an idol? Well, guess what? You don't have to worry about it because the issue's not on the table. Is that pretty much the gist of what Paul said?
Yeah, so this is the section that most people know the start of it and don't really see the connection of it to Paul's thought, but he says knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. So he makes this observation that as Christians, we know there's only one God. There are no other gods. There's but one. So Paul was a great monotheist. That's perhaps why these guys hate him so much.
Unlike Muhammad.
Polytheists. Yeah. So Paul says, we know there's only one God. So when these pagans are running about sacrificing foods to idols, or food to idols, we know that this food comes from God. And so it's sanctified by the word of God and prayer. A Christian, if he eats a food that some pagan sacrificed to an idol, at least Christians don't have to worry if they ate it. It's not like, we're going to fall over dead because of it, or somehow become spiritually infected by Satan or something. There's one God, the earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, as Paul says. Everything belongs to him. And so we can freely partake of it. That's something we know because of the fact that there's one God and everything belongs to him. But Paul goes on to say that's not the sole consideration that you should have as a believer. He says knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. Love takes into account one's fellow, right, his brother in this case, and doesn't do things that might cause him to stumble. So Paul's saying, out of love for your brother, you shouldn't do these sorts of things that would cause another person to stumble. And so if the context is you're eating and nothing's brought up about where this food came from, it's fine. But if somebody brings up that it's sacrificed to an idol, at that point, it for the sake of that person who would stumble over this, you're to abstain. This is the same issue that's actually going on at the Jerusalem Council.
That's the way. Right? By the way, yeah. Just let me say, this is the way I have always read it. I didn't read it as like, oh my goodness, if you eat blood, it's the worst thing in the world. I've always read that as, we're trying to keep fellowship between the Jewish believers and the Gentile believers, and we're telling you Gentiles, you don't have to like become circumcised and convert to Judaism, but your Jewish brothers are going to find you like kind of disgusting if you're doing certain things and you're eating food sacrificed to idols and stuff like that. So don't do these things that will actually make them like repulsed by you and keep you from being one community and getting together and breaking bread with each other. That's how I've read that, but that fits in perfectly with what Paul's saying. Like, hey, if it comes up, no, I'm not gonna touch that stuff. Because why? Because I love my brothers, and it's an issue for certain of my brothers. I don't believe that if you sacrifice food to an idol, you've done anything to the food, because I don't believe that that being that you're sacrificing to exists. So that's how I read it. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's the gist of it. They're trying to keep peace. And I was with a group of people the other day, and one guy, we sat down at a table, and he mentioned he's allergic to fish or whatever. I was just about to order some fish. Now he went on to say it doesn't matter. It's not that bad. Like, as long as he doesn't eat it, he can be around it. But I was not going to eat it just for that reason, right? It's just a simple consideration for your neighbor.
Oh yeah.
So all the more so.
When I was friends with Nabil, I didn't eat pork around him. I was allowed, but I didn't. Why? Because if it's repulsive to you, why am I going to eat? There are like a trillion other things I could be eating right now. If he had ticked me off really bad or something like that, I might have done it. But I had no reason to do something that I'm not required to do that might even possibly bother my friend. So yeah, weird stuff.
Well, it's interesting too. I do think that this is like a benefit that you see within Christianity. It's like you can choose whatever diet you want. You could be like a vegan or a vegetarian Christian. I'm going to be honest, it is a little more difficult in the Muslim communities to try to do that, because you have like a sacrificial holiday like Eid al-Adha, where they sacrifice like a lamb or a cow, and it's like that makes it really hard if you're like a vegan or vegetarian Muslim. And I know vegan vegetarian Muslims, but it's a big difficulty, and I don't think you have that same issue with it like the Christian. You can have like your vegan Christian, restaurant, you know what I mean? And you wouldn't like, y'all probably would just be like, oh, that's cool. Maybe I'll eat there,
Quick comment here. Marie says, David, how come I haven't seen Apostate Prophet with you in a while? Because he's in Europe. And I don't know what else I can tell you. He's in Europe. So, all right, back to this.
Which one is it? Are you allowed to eat food sacrificed to idols according to what Paul says in his own letters? Or are you not allowed to eat food sacrificed to idols according to what Paul and the apostles come to an agreement to in Acts chapter 15? Also, in Acts chapter 15 and Acts chapter 21, the apostles all agree and pre-assume that at least Jews have to follow the Jewish law. Nobody disputes that.
Yeah.
But Paul in his own letters says that Jews don't have to follow the law. Even Jews don't have to follow the Torah. Now, this is a problem. Do Jews have to follow the Torah according to Paul? No. According to the apostles, Jews must follow the Torah for salvation. According to Paul, Jews don't follow
Must
the Torah for
follow
salvation.
the
As a matter of
Torah
fact, according to
for
Paul, that is a
salvation.
corrupted, false, and distorted gospel.
Must follow the Torah for salvation. That's interesting. Go ahead, Anthony. What do you think?
You can't make proper distinctions. But one thing is, nobody, I wouldn't even say today, there's anything wrong with a Jewish person observing certain distinctively Jewish things. Obviously there's certain things they just can't do, right? But there are all kinds of things that I know even Jewish Christians do that they would never tell me I have to do or anything like that, and they don't even think they necessarily have to do it. But it's for various reasons they participate or whatever. But during the time when the temple was still standing, they're still being weaned from their ancestral customs. It's not like just because certain things had been broken down in principle and would eventually be literally eradicated, right? Like temple service and all that. Just because in principle certain things had been done away with as far as obligations doesn't mean that their practice was prohibited. There's nothing about Christ coming and fulfilling those things that prohibited them immediately from discontinuing all observances of the temple ritual, for example. Jesus didn't tell them to stop doing that. Neither did Paul. Paul himself is participating in that, and even in his own writings you can see he was certainly congenial to that. But he decidedly did make a distinction between a Jew being permitted to continue observing certain things and saying that it's necessary for a person to do for salvation. Now, if you go back to Acts 15, which we just read, the whole point is, even Peter's making this observation, that the Gentiles were saved by grace through faith, but he also says, just as we were, right? He doesn't make it a different way of salvation. So the whole discussion here might start off with certain people saying this is the people that didn't have authorization, saying the Gentiles have to observe everything in the law of Moses from circumcision on to be saved. But the apostles separate that from the question of how you're saved and then say, you're not obligated to keep these things, though there are some things that you should do so that you don't offend your brothers, right? But it's stated twice over, I think, in Acts 15, maybe more. But there's the statement where it mentions that Paul and Barnabas related to the council how they preached the gospel and people were saved. Then Peter comes along and seconds that and says, the same thing happened in my ministry. And he says, he made no distinction between us and them, cleansing their hearts by faith. And so he says in verse 11, we believe that we are saved through the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ in the same way as they also are. So it's one way of salvation apart from the law.
Yeah, so Libyano, this is just bad, man.
And he himself says this in Galatians chapter 2. The whole letter of Galatians is him attacking this notion that you need to follow the law to be saved. For Paul,
That's
don't
right,
need
exactly like what you find in Acts. You're saved by faith in Jesus Christ.
to follow this written code to be saved. All you need to do is have faith in Jesus Christ and be a decent person. This is contrary to the James
And be a decent person. You got that? Paul said you're saved by being a decent person.
Tonian gospel, where you must keep the law, you must keep the Torah for salvation.
Well, I think you've presented some really indubitable and irrefutable facts.
There it is.
And when you
Yes, about Daniel. Yes, most of them is airtight. That's why you're sharing this information with me. Yes, because I'm very critical. And if there were any flaws in your reasoning or scholarship, I would have pointed it out. Oh, glazing. Look at it. Look at Libyano looking right at his lips again. Oh my
He's
goodness.
got
present them to
certificates.
interlocutors, they have realized how incontrovertible they are. And that's why they come up with these absurd responses to the...
Like the Ottomans are
Yeah,
Romans.
Oh, you mean like your straw man of what he actually said? Oh gosh, guys.
Absolutely. And look, I mean, it's high time now for those sincere Christians that are listening to us, and I'm sure there are lots. We welcome you, honestly. We welcome you to come into
we're the
the
only
religion of
ones.
Islam. We welcome
Yeah, if you want to be lied to constantly and serve the father of lies and believe all kinds of idiotic nonsense that has no connection to reality, yeah, join with these guys. All right, almost done. Couple seconds left.
we know that you're sincere. We know that you're great people and good people, and that these
You hear that? You're sincere. If you go along with us, you're sincere and good people.
apologists and polemicists that we've spoken about don't represent how you live your lives and how you would want to. They're not role models for you. They're despicable and horrible individuals. So come to Islam. And with that, I will conclude. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Yeah, you hear that? They're despicable individuals, unlike us. Muhammad Hijab. Unlike us. Muhammad Hijab, the guy who dupes women into marrying him, promises them, yes, we'll have a life together, a home together, we'll have a family together, and then after I bang them, I tell them, no, I only want to see you in the hotel for sex, and I don't want to see you anyway. He turns them into virtual prostitutes and so on. He's the good guy, everyone. Libyano, the wife beater. When a woman challenges Islam, he threatens to grape her and so on. These are the good guys, and I mean, especially imagine going through just that video that we watch and adding up all the lies or misrepresentations. It's endless. These guys can't speak for 10 seconds without lying. It's disgusting. It's weird. But
if you remember,
dawah.
we jumped into the video at the point where they started giving the best arguments for Islam, but the video itself begins earlier, and there's a clear contrast between the start of the video and the end. So you sent this to me, and I haven't really been keeping up with everything that's going on in the Dawa scene, and I just started listening to it from the beginning. I thought it's like 25 minutes long, so there's I forget how many, but there was a little section before they get to the arguments for Islam and against Christianity. And that whole first section, I was like, man, I don't even want to listen to this. They're over there just saying guttural stuff about Avery's wife and other people, right?
Calling
these
her
guys
a
are
whore
just,
and this and that.
like,
And these, yes,
Yeah, I'm like-
yes. Wouldn't it be better to follow us?
And we both of us have been around the block, right? I mean, both of us had rugged pasts and all kinds of stuff. But I'm like, I got better things to do than listen to these guys talk about people like this. And,
Yep.
but that's the beginning of their show. And then at the end, it's like he's doing a little altar call to Islam, right? Come to Islam. You want to be better people, moral people like us. Yeah. Beginning of the video, talk.
You could lie all day. You can bang as many women as possible, take up the Dawa donations, use them for drugs, go around the world smashing hoes, running trains. Yes, convert and join us, and you could be like us. How about no? Pretty gross. All right, let's take these last comments here. Isa, so high IQ and amazing, we love you. Yeah, hijab is high. Isa is high IQ. Look at fatwa 41409, sexual before consummating. Yeah, you have to clarify different. I mean, if you say, you have to say which fatwa list, because other different people make different fatwas. The Jews are the only people who are willing to shorten something before they know how long it will be. Is that true, Isa? Jews are the only
I
people.
have no idea. That does not sound. Actually, that sounds like the opposite. Think about if you see Jewish prayers and stuff, they go on forever.
No, I'm thinking they're talking about circumcision.
Circumcision. It could be that.
Yeah,
It could be
they start trying to cut it before they even know. And by the way, that's 20 shekel super chat. So that's shekels.
I totally get that. I just think that it was funny because I was thinking no, it's actually super long. If you're doing a 25-hour fast, you actually extend it even more than the day, So I was like, no, I think it's actually you extend things instead of shortening them. But I get the circumcision.
If you want to get technical with a Muslim about Luke 24:6-9, you can remind them Jesus lived and died under the old covenant, which means everything he said and did pre-crucifixion is technically taking place under the old covenant. and Testament. Um, I was just I was just like he's like, where is this in the Old Testament when it's quoting Jesus during his earthly ministry? That's what I found especially weird. And we have the only Christians watching Hijab's channel are probably Than, Jai, Hatun, and Thaddeus. Yeah. And then they have to record it because he's going to take it down right afterwards because he gets embarrassed so terribly. Oh, crazy times, crazy times. All right, guys. Thanks, everyone, for watching. Any final thoughts on any of this, Anthony? Were you impressed? Were you impressed by Libyano's powerful dawah, his case against Christianity, his case for Islam? Anything?
No, nope, not at all. And yeah, I haven't seen him a whole lot, so that was kind of his chance to impress me. I did see a portion of his debate with IP, but I stopped watching because it was evident to me that he was trying to make up for the lack of substance with bombast and so forth. I was reminded of in a homiletics class, a preaching class that I had in seminary. They were talking about how a pastor was preparing his sermon and he submitted his manuscript to his wife and said, "What do you think about this?" And at one point, she writes in the margin, "This point is weak, shout louder." So I'm thinking that's basically, that was his whole thing. It was like shouting, thumping. Now, I don't have a problem with somebody being passionate and being animated or something like that, but,
Yeah, but
to me, it was evident.
it shouldn't replace lack of substance.
Yeah. So this was like his shot to, be impressive. I know that he's probably high on himself in a sense because he, I guess, got a large number of subscribers. But I'm talking about me, right? I don't care if a bunch of Muslims who have hijab level IQs are impressed with him and subscribe to him, right? I don't waste my time. I don't have all the time in the world. That's why there are certain dedicated souls like Thaddeus and others who watch this stuff, right? They're willing to suffer. This is their cross. But I've got too much going on to do that. So got to be honest with you, Libyano, if you're going to try and give us a pithy and pungent case for Islam, you're going to have to do something else. That you're going to have to rewrite the script. That wasn't it.
Yep, that sucked, Libyano. Dawa definitely isn't getting any better. It still sucks. All right, Issa, any final thoughts before we close out?
Oh, I have tons. But yeah, we're not going to go for a dissertation here. But I think I kind of gave some of my comments and highlights before. But I think, again, it's very standard, this type of, like we call it, dawaganda. The type of dawaganda that we're hearing. It's very dishonest. It's very deceptive. It looks like these folks know these texts. I don't think that they understand these texts and they don't understand the religion. First, you kind of need to understand Judaism a little bit, but, with like hating Jews quite a bit, if you go into a lot of these spaces, these people hate Jews. It's very difficult to even know who these people are because you don't even know basic Judaism. So like, ancient century Judaism, they don't know that. They don't know what like Pharisees believe, what Sadducees believe, what Zealots or Essenes. They don't know any of this stuff. So you kind of need to know your like history. It's like citing texts and not actually knowing anything about the background and the environment. Like when you see really good like movies, historical movies, these folks have to research what the background is. I don't think these people know any of this stuff, like even just basic stuff. What they do is that they aren't smart, but they've learned how to sound smart. So people who are listening, they're like, whoa, they know all these texts. They know these people's names. They sound philosophical. They sound like Christians. They sound like they're Christian interlocutors. So whatever they're saying must be true. I'm not actually going to research it. I'm not going to investigate it. But, it sounds true, so it has to be true. That's what I'm hearing when I'm listening to these people talk. And it is, Libyano's a smooth talker. I'm going to give it him that. He knows how to sound smooth. He knows how to sound like he knows what he's talking about. And thus people who hear it can be easily deceived, I think, who are a part of this kind of group who want to believe these things. I think there's a lot of problems, though. If we grant what these people are saying and they critique that there's conflict in the text and they say these people are ancient Muslims, and if we really do a deep dive and do a deconstruction of what they're saying, a lot of stuff falls apart and it's not good for them. But the problem is that there's no one to challenge them in their spaces because they're in echo chambers. So they're in these echo chambers where they can just keep repeating the same narrative and no one challenges them. I went and actually looked at these channels because I said, let me investigate. Let me see how much of an echo chamber it is. And I went into one of these echo chamber spaces. The guy's name was Abu Taymiyyah, right? And he was critiquing, Avery versus Muhammad Hijab. And basically he just regurgitated all the points, but he sounded like he was so elevated and so intelligent and so smart. And he's like this, sheikh. And he's talking with the sheikh voice, right? And then the people in the comments are like, amazing. Yes, Sheikh, I was confused, but now I'm persuaded. And I'm like, I'm not persuaded by anything I just heard, None of the points you made any sense to me. But these people are just like, I don't know what to say. They're like brainwashed. They're like completely brainwashed. And they hear the words and they're like, yes, this was amazing. And I think that that's the same thing that we're hearing here, too, is that these people are in this echo chamber and they hear the words and they're like, this is spectacular. My mind has changed. And what I see is the emperor in new clothes. The emperor is saying that he's wearing these new clothes and he's naked. That's what I'm seeing. So that's my analysis on this engagement.
Emperor's new clothes could pretty much describe all of Dawa ever. It's just what it is over and over and over again. Wild, wild stuff. All right, read this already. Thank you also for your time today. I learned a lot today. You have some interesting stuff from Anthony going through the background. Basically, what would be in people's heads already as they're reading Daniel and how that would affect their interpretation. Good stuff there. You should make a video about that, Anthony. And then we have, let's see, Based Issa is high IQ. Chud Mojab is high. And we have Happy Cinco de Mayo, David Sagara. Yeah. Oh, no, it's past midnight, man. Cinco de Mayo's over. Dang, man. Dang.
And it was a Tuesday. So I was like, I wrote to Lewis.
Taco Tuesday, man.
Yeah, Taco Tuesday and Cinco de Mayo. The taco should be free down there in California. It's like a double whammy.
Yep. Good times. Hope you all liked the tacos for Cinco de Mayo yesterday, but we got to move forward, ladies and gentlemen. We got to move forward. Plenty more to come. This is going to be an awesome year. Unless you want to keep Dawa going. And then, this is hell. Talk to you soon.